sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe in you. I wanna believe in something. So come and get your woman, pacify her rage. Take the time to undo your lies, make it up once more with feeling. Recognize your mistakes, and I let you back in. Realize not too late, love you always. Make it up to me, you know it's better. Make it up to me, you know it's better. Be sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe in you. I wanna believe. Be sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe in you. I wanna believe in something. Be sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe in you. I wanna believe. Be sweet to me, baby. I wanna believe in you. I wanna believe in something. I don't wanna share the space. I don't wanna force a smile. This one girl taps my insecurities. Don't know if it's real or if I'm spiraling. One voice tells me that they laugh. George says I'm just paranoid. Says you just don't see it. You're so naive. I'm embarrassed to have it beneath the sympathy, 'cause I
It's very much like when a child just puts on anything from their closet. Crazy. I'm so crazy. She's so crazy. I love her. It's very cunt. I didn't know we were throwing fits today. Oh, yes, we are. Real does that make me crazy vibes. She's so crazy. JJ, thank you for the 12 months. Danny, thank you for the bits. Warwick, thank you for the 10 months. I don't know why JJ, I need you to know every single one of my resub notifications is JJ. Everyone, we are JJ. I don't know why. In my activity feed, it just says JJ resubscribe. We are JJ. Everyone in here is now JJ. Oh, JJ, thank you for subscribing again. I don't know what is happening. We are JJ. Okay, it's like kind of fixing itself, but it's still JJ. Every time someone resubscribes, then JJ resubscribes. Logical, thank you. Cole the Troll. Anon, thank you. JJ. It's Jay, totally not a bot. Thank you so much. G-Baby, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Luffy, thank you for the 14 months. I'm Wise, thank you for the bits. Poor Man, thank you for the 6 months. Snow Moon, thank you for the 6 months. Alex, thank you for the 7 months. Chris Lee, Hydrastat, Shebs, thank you very, 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 very much. We are JJ Abrams. Totally not a JJ. Merman Allure, thank you for the 19 months. Okay, why did I go live early? I know, I'm live early. It's because I was going crazy. Which has kind of been what's happening lately. Now it's just pinned. Yeah. Oh, great. You're interrupting a lot of routines. I'm sorry, y'all. I know we're used to me not going live at this time, but I was going nuts and I was like, I'm just going to go live. You missed us and we missed you. Yes, absolutely. Oh, I love the song. I just needed to go live. Stick around. You're lucky. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that I am so lucky to have my stream, to have my community. So when I'm losing my mind, we can collectively do it together. That I don't just have to sit there. I don't just have to sit there and be like, doesn't anybody care? Get it coming here. Everybody needs to rip a bong. I think that's what we need. Do you have a playlist? It's pretty random. I just kind of play however I feel. It's very just in the moment. At least Caroline's chat is way better than Newsman or Will's. You know what? This is true. I pride myself on this being the best chat. Anyway, how is everybody doing this Wednesday? Yeah, a collective crash out. Did you see Finneas? Yeah, we'll talk about Finneas. I don't wanna live without. I got broken up with. Oh no! Oh no, I'm so sorry. Unless it was maybe silver lining. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Getting broken up with sucks. I've gotten broken up with. I ate 3 sleeves of Thin Mints. And I read a lot of poetry. Nah, shit's awful. It's okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I read a lot of poetry and sobbed and ate a lot of cookies. And then I called my mom and I was like, I'm so sad. She goes, you'll be fine. I was like, you know, this is why I don't call you. She's like, there's so many men out there. I was like, okay, true. Okay, true, but still, my heart is broken. Look at you now. Maybe she had a point. Yeah. My mom, whom I jokingly said, I was like, wouldn't it be so funny if Will and I broke up because we've been dating for 8 years and 2 of my sisters broke up with their boyfriends after dating for 8 years? It's like, can you imagine going 3 for 3? She did not think that was funny. Mom did not like your ex. I don't even think, no, it wasn't even not liking him. She was just like, you'll be fine. But I was also 20 or 21. Now, if that were to happen, she would be like, there's never gonna be any weddings. There's never gonna be any grandchildren. My life is over. After a breakup, Chris DeStefano's dad would tell him, you know how I told you always dodge a bullet with that one? Well, this time you got shot. It hurts, doesn't it? But it's all chemicals. You just drink a lot of water and you piss out those chemicals. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. Just drink water, as Austin Show would say. I had such a good day yesterday because I went to my first caucus and met so many of my wonderful, like-minded neighbors, and it was so great. And then this morning I woke up in a rage today for no reason. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. So I was texting with a friend of mine who I used to work in nightclubs with, and basically we were talking about how we were kind of just revisiting how disgusting the nightlife scene is, the nightclub scene was when we were working in it as 20-something-year-old young women in Los Angeles, and just the shit that we experienced that we had to deal with on a nightly basis. And I said to her, I was like, it's absurd to me that people are trying to act as if Jeffrey Epstein and all the abuses that were, that he was perpetrating and that others were perpetrating around him was like happening in the shadows, that no one had any idea. Yes, they did. Let me just say, do I think that every single person associated with Epstein, and there's a lot of them, he had a real big fucking network, do I think every single person was like directly abusing women and girls? No. But do I think more of them were aware? Especially because a lot of them had a relationship with him post 2008 when he was a registered sex offender. When even though it was a bullshit plea deal, he still had to plead guilty to solicitation of prostitution from a minor, which we need to just change all this language anyway. Children are not prostitutes. This is child rape, okay? It is child rape. It is trafficking. Like, that's what it is. Don't get caught up in the legal language here. But anyway, the bigger picture is the fact that this is how shit goes. There are so many people who would see Epstein with these young girls, or would like see other people around Epstein with these young girls, and they don't care. That's the truth. They don't care. Nightlife is a prime example of how women and teenage girls are the prime targets for being sexually exploited, for being coerced, for driving the economy, the nightlife economy, how everything is transactional around these women and girls, and how many times they are forced into situations, whether it's from promoters, whether it's from, other girls who have been tasked with recruiting them, who are, themselves like recruited into this shit. And I want to revisit this story that I have told a couple times. Clubs are such places like this is normal behavior, hence why women are like, oh yeah, that Epstein shit is so real. Yeah. JJ, thank you for continuing to subscribe. Also, Rekasona, thank you for the 6 months. Deanie, thank you for the gifted. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Scooter, thank you for the 21 months. Bossa Nova, babe. Romana Lord, JJ, DVC, thank you so much. All right, so let me just revisit this story that I have told multiple times to give you an idea of, like, if you're not already aware how much sexual exploitation, how much coercion, how much, financial transitions are built around the using and abusing of women and girls, and why all of this Epstein shit and how extensive his network was. And there is the differentiation between those who were like directly abusing, who were participating in the rape of girls and women, and then those in the bigger circle that were aware of who Epstein was. We're aware of how girls and women in this world were being so exploited, and they don't care because Epstein was powerful and connected, as were a lot of people around him. And that is how the world is. It is one that protects elites, and it is one that does not protect the people. It does not protect the most vulnerable. Okay. So one night I was, so this was back in my early 20s when I was a host at nightclubs, popular nightclubs in Los Angeles. And I saw so much shit go down, like truly so much crazy ass shit. And there were multiple times that I would try to bring it to the attention of HR, bring it to the attention of anyone in charge. Just like, does anyone care? Is anyone going to do anything about this? No. So I had two friends who went on this trip with a promoter. They went on this trip with a promoter, and these are this is a common thing within the kind of promoter nightclub, high profile client, entertainment world, where promoters, who are typically dudes, will make money from either bringing young beautiful women to the club. They make money, off of having clients who they surround with these young, beautiful women. They bring them to the promoter dinners, then they go to the club afterwards. They have contracts with things called model houses. So a wealthy client will finance a house that then a bunch of models live in, and they are often contractually obligated like 4 or 5 nights a week to go to these clubs, hang out with these clients, and they have to be there till a certain time. And it's why a lot of these girls end up burning out. They miss important appointments, auditions. Their health is disastrous because they're partying all the time. It just wears them down physically, mentally, psychologically. And a lot of them end up, they burn out. And I would see this, you know, over the years I worked in clubs, I would see like the new crop of models come in, yada, yada. You know, sometimes they would just move on to doing something else. Other times they would just like leave Los Angeles. Okay, so there's this other thing that happens, and they are these promoter trips. So I want you to picture a bunch of young, beautiful Instagram models on a private plane. There's like usually some douchey looking promoter, you know, around them. And they're flying to Vegas. They're flying to Miami. They're flying to Mexico. They're going to all these really fancy places, private jets, popping bottles at clubs, staying in these ridiculous mansions. And it looks like the high life, right? It's just this really glossy, ostentatious, you know, just fancy life. Is this the yachting thing? Yachting is in this world as well. Yes. So a lot of times, so the reason that these trips happen is because somebody's funding it, right? It's not these promoters. They don't have that money. That's not their private plane. That's not their credit card paying for these bottles. They work for wealthy clients. And so the clients will pay promoters to set up these trips, and they also get they get the perks of it. They get to go on these jets. They get to stay in these mansions. They get a party. So, okay. So a lot of times what happens is, as you would expect, girls are forced into these really sketchy situations. There is the transactional element. Oh, you think you're going on this trip for free because you're young and beautiful and you're friends with this promoter. And oftentimes there's actually a catch. And I had these two friends who went on one of these trips because they thought they were friends with this promoter. And that's the other thing, is promoters will pretend to be friends with these girls so they can try to obscure the transactional element. So they'll text them, they'll go to movies, try to do friendship things. And then they convince them, these trips are just for fun, for free. You don't have to do anything, yada, yada. It's fucking demonic. And my two friends go on this trip, and they said from the get-go, it was bad vibes. They get to the private jet, they're on the private plane, and there's the wealthy, the wealthiest of the clients. He was this guy who's a billionaire, and he's got his friends with him, and they're already, touching the girls, making them sit on their laps, people trying to get people to do drugs. They're drinking on this private plane, because that's how it works on a private jet. Like, why do you think these billionaires, these rich people like Epstein and his buddies fly on these private jets? Because there's not the same rules, because there's just, it's not just emblematic of their obscene wealth and privilege, but it is also anything goes on these things. And then they're like trapped. Yeah. So my friends were like, we were already getting bad vibes from the moment we were on the plane. And then we land, we get to Miami, we get to this mansion. And essentially it was like this promoter was telling the girls, you don't have to have sex with them. Like, I promise you, I'm not forcing you into anything, but just like dance with them, just sit in his lap, just like kiss him. Like, do you know how bad this is going to make me look? The manipulation, right? Do you know how bad this is going to be for me? This is a free trip that you wanted to come on, and I'm not forcing you to do anything. It's just like very much that vibe, very much that pretending like there's not the transactional element here, but also, guilting and manipulating and coercing girls. Happens all the time. This is what I'm trying to explain, how normalized this is. And so my friend said that it was so unbearable there, and these men were so creepy, and it was just really, they just had really, really bad vibes. And at one point, one of them went into a room and there was a girl who was, a lot of these girls too, they're not even 21. They're like 18, 19, 20 years old, hopefully. Not that that makes it okay, but anyway, they're young, right? They're very vulnerable. They are, they're oftentimes like trying to be models, trying to be actresses, are young and beautiful and are told like, oh, you can have all these free, wonderful things. You come on this trip. It'll be fun. And my friends went into this room and this one girl was crying and then the promoter came in and he's like, no one's forcing you to do anything, but just go like sit on his lap type of thing. And there were locks that had been removed from these doors in this mansion, really creepy shit. And eventually my two friends, and they would tell him too, like, well, if you want to come back on the plane, you have to like participate. You got to have fun here. Are we here to party? That there was a lot of that where these girls who don't have any money, it's kind of would understand that they were not going to fly back on the private plane. They were not going to get to stay in this world if they did not hold up their end of the deal. Yeah, that pressure that's there. And it was something that when I was in my early 20s, I didn't understand trafficking. I didn't understand the extent of I knew this was wrong and that's why I went to try to confront this promoter. But this is something that I'm using this as an example because I need people to understand how commonplace this is, that rich, powerful men surround themselves by young girls, by the type of girls that Epstein and his associates had forced into this world. And it's the clear power dynamics. It's clear financial entrapment. It's clear, sexual coercion. And it's trafficking. Trafficking is something that we still need to expand our understanding of. And I think the media has done such a has been such a disaster in people's perception of trafficking. And I talked about this with the Sean Combs trial, but, the financial element and the coercion that was taking place in the Epstein operation, all over nightlife, just all over the world, this reality that women and girls are so often the targets, are preyed upon, are seen as seen as objects for pleasure to be used and abused by men, often, these rich, powerful men who run this world. And so my friends were telling me about this, and then they said that they left that night. They snuck out of the house. They grabbed their suitcases. Luckily, they had enough money. Why are these crazy ass rude chatters coming in and trying to start drama? I have no idea. I haven't been looking at the chat because I've been retelling my story here. So they were able to buy tickets home. But a lot of these girls are not in a financial position like this. And so they basically, it's a pay to play type thing. And they understand that if they don't participate, if they don't make these men happy, then they will be, they'll be blacklisted. They'll be stranded. They will no longer allowed to be in this glitzy world. Just a lot of reasons that are all at their core, gross, coercive, sexually exploitive, manipulative, manipulation. Then be blacklisted. So fucking what? I would like you to have a little bit of empathy. I need you to understand that 18-year-olds who move to, say, a place like Los Angeles, and they're trying to make it. They're trying to be models. They're trying to be actresses. And they get into this world and they think that they can use it to network. They think that this will be good for their careers. Like, that is a threat, okay? The threat of people being blacklisted. Why do you think Harvey Weinstein, what do you think one of the tactics that he used was? It was the threat of being blacklisted from the entertainment industry, of your dreams, your life being over because you won't allow Harvey or any of these other men to use you like this, to get what they want sexually. Let's not forget what the word coercion means. Yeah, this is like 101 type shit. Okay, I just saw some crazy chat comments. Wow. Some real dumbasses in here. Okay. It's always men too. Maybe a rare woman once in a while. Always men. Always men. Not all men, and always a man. Always a fucking man who's like, yeah, well, these women are just whores. Oh yeah? Well, actually the problem is women use men. That's the problem. Coercion, I think, is generally the least understood part of consent. Yes. And this is something that we talk about a lot in here, and yet it is still so misunderstood. It is still something that is a big part of people not recognizing why abuse is so prevalent, why, the dynamics at play here. The element of coercion is so strong because of the differences in finances, in status, in power. Like the reason that Epstein and all these other rich, powerful dudes will also like, they will kind of evade consequences here, not just because of, using the legal system for their favor, but because people don't understand coercion. They're like, that girl's 18. Hello, she's of legal age. She's hanging out around them. So what? These men love young, so what? These men like young, beautiful women. It's legal. Not understanding, first of all, that a lot of these women who were 18 or older were groomed. So this was not like they went to 18-year-olds to recruit. Like, these were women who were groomed from when they were younger than 18, but also the coercive element. The coercive element, taking girls, especially from impoverished backgrounds who are already vulnerable, and trapping them in this world. Okay, let me finish this story. So my friends leave and they tell us about this one night when they've just, they just get back and they're telling us this story. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they were like, oh, don't, I said, can I do something about this? I need to confront this promoter. Like, this is wrong. He's serving in this role as a pimp. Like, you guys were pimped out. This is fucked up. This motherfucker can't be working. How naive I was to be like, this guy can't be working at a club where he can just recruit from a big pool of young women. Of course, he was far from the only one doing that. That's in fact how the industry works. And my friends were like, yeah, we don't want to be dragged into this, because they were scared. They were scared. They just, this client who had hired the promoter and paying for all this, he was a billionaire. And the thing is too, I wonder how many of these wealthy clients were connected to Epstein. I wonder, because I am sure that there were plenty of them who were in some way connected to Epstein and his and his whole, his whole thing, his whole cabal, because they're part of the elite ruling class. These are billionaires. These are people with enormous wealth and resources, and they're all connected. That's why it's like you look at Epstein's network and just how extensive it was. And he was a guy who was a power broker, and so people would go to him to get a membership at a country club, get a meeting with this politician, blah 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 blah. He was like the guy who did that because of how huge his network was, because of what he had to offer a lot of these very wealthy, powerful individuals. So I go to confront, sorry, I'm kind of like going back and forth between just general, statements about Epstein and then telling the story. But my friend, I was like, okay, I'm going to confront this piece of shit. I won't mention your names. I'm not going to involve you. I'm just going to tell him that I know. And if he asks how, like, I'll just say I know. So I went up to him in the club that night, and I was like, I know what you've been doing. I know that you've been acting like a little pimp. That you're going after these girls, that you have gone after girls that I know, blah, blah, blah. And he immediately was so outraged that I was confronting him. And so then we went outside the club, and he made the moves as if he was going to fight me, that he was going to shut me up, and then, yeah, I know. And then I was telling everyone around what he was doing. And, then my security stepped in. You would have beat his ass. I would have fucking beat his ass. Thank you. Then security stepped in and they took care of it. And then I went and told HR. I tried to tell the company. I tried to tell, anyone in charge to fire him, to stop this from continuing. And that never happened because, like I said, that's how this world operates. Because this promoter was just one guy. He was just doing what a lot of these other guys do. And he was not an anomaly. He was not an exception. That's how the entire world works. And then later, this billionaire client threatened to sue me. He told my boss that he heard that I was screaming in the club about this pimp operation and these girls being forced into this stuff. And he threatened to sue me for defamation. And at the time I was I was 24, 25, but I was go for it. Do it. I will tell, I will, what, you're going to sue me for defamation, which means then that this is going to be made public, that I'm just, that everybody is going to hear what's been going on here because you're suing me for defamation. But that's the thing, right? Is that's another element of it. The litigiousness of wealthy people to silence anyone trying to challenge them. The amount of Epstein survivors who were denied a legal pathway that was criminal in nature, for these men to be criminally charged, or Epstein to be criminally charged. And so often they had to file civil suits that were quietly settled, and then they were forced into signing NDAs, and they're, just forced silence. And so that's another thing is it doesn't matter if the lawsuit's frivolous, you still need money to fight it. Yes, I do know that now. I do know that now. I was a 20-something-year-old who was do it, bitch, do it. That was my attitude. And he didn't end up doing it, luckily. I think it was to scare me. And then I was like, fucking sue me, which had that happen, I think I would have been toast. I had nothing. I had no money, no resources, nothing except my sense of justice. You want to, yeah. Trump sued so many people. Trump sued so many people. Also, J.K. Rowling, who is the queen of lawsuits. Do you know how many J.K. Rowling stans, how many TERFs have been in my comments because I tweeted about J.K. Rowling, and they're like, hope you enjoy that lawsuit. I'm like, is J.K. going to start suing over Epstein stuff? Because maybe that will create a bigger problem for her. Maybe there's a reason that she tweeted the one time that she's tweeted about Epstein to be like, this is stupid. Neither my nor my team communicated with him. And yet has, I think this morning she was back on her anti-trans shit, but seemed to momentarily take a little break, and having all of the JK stands, all of the transphobes being like, hope you like being sued. Get her ass in Discovery. Yeah. I have a feeling that this may be one area that J.K. Rowling doesn't get all litigious up in here, waving her little wand around. Wingardium Discoveria, I do not think she wants. She saw the royals getting arrested and shut the hell up. So anyway, to conclude, I share that story again, and that is just simply one story. But I share that because what I don't want getting lost here is that this is not just about one man. This is not just about Epstein and what a disgusting monster he was. This is about the world around him. This is about how the world works for those who have power, who have money, and it works against those who don't. That this kind of sexual exploitation of children, this kind of violence against women, this systemic abuse is so normalized. This is so normalized. And I wrote this today, but I just keep I know it's really overwhelming right now, and I know that they dropped these files all at once to confuse people, to kind of obfuscate things. They of course redacted important information, but then also didn't redact like the names and photos of many victims. And I think through all of this, I think understanding that what we know is that there was a large circle of wealthy, powerful men who were directly involved in these abuses, in this sex trafficking. We know that. But the even bigger world, the even bigger circle, are all of the people who didn't care that this was happening. Whether they were people who knew before 2008 or those who became friends with Jeffrey Epstein afterwards, those who maintained a relationship throughout the decades. In 2008, when he had to register as a sex offender, when, in the 11 years between 2008 and 2019, when he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges, that his network did not falter. It instead continued to flourish. There are many notable figures who right now are being like, I'm innocent. It was a lapse in judgment to have this relationship with Jeffrey, but I didn't know what was going on. I didn't participate in this. And I think I think this is kind of the trickier the trickier point here is what does this word innocent really mean when there were so many people around Epstein who had maintained relationships with him, who knew he was a pedophile, knew he was a sex offender, saw young girls being brought around. So what does that word innocent really mean? Maybe you were not directly raping and trafficking these girls, but you sure as shit didn't have an issue with it. You sure as shit went, that's fine. I said, the question we should all be asking is, why do we live in a world where the sexual exploitation of children and the abuse of women is so normalized that this is not seen as like a human rights issue? That even God, I mean, all of the Chomsky defenders right now too, where I'm like, do you not understand that Chomsky consorting with a pedophile and sex offender, giving him advice on being attacked by the media, referring to victims as vultures? Do you not understand that you cannot separate that from Chomsky's intellectual work, from like him being a political thinker who was important to a lot of people's understanding of like how the oligarchy works, how American imperialism is, how that works, how manufacturing, consent, and media works. Like you can't separate that. That tells you that Chomsky, despite him being an important leftist thinker, had no issue consorting with men who are part of this very system that he has like spent his entire life talking about how the oligarchy and how power works in this world. And yet here he is hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, let alone him being a sex offender. It's like Jeffrey Epstein alone being a prime example, being emblematic of this billionaire oligarchical system of power. Best thing I've seen about Chomsky. It's never been a better time to read Roderick Day's essay on Chomsky. We'll move past this era of Chomsky. One day we'll look back on the defeat after defeat that coexisted with his 30 or so years of unofficial misleadership of the Western left. And then Tarzi's 2015 appraisal will appear definitive. The high perch from which Chomsky tells us how free we are was likely only vacant because state agents murdered all consequential black leaders and squashed every other left-wing movement. In the ensuing years, white guys writing books supplanted visionaries with megaphones while the prison population grew. Yeah, I mean, Aaron Maté was somebody who, I mean, I am glad that I saw a lot of people rightfully ripping this take apart. But it was like Aaron Maté, Nathan Robinson, a lot of these guys were like, sorry, but I'm not going to cancel Epstein. And then after a lot of people were like, the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell is this take? Then they were like, I was not aware of the other email correspondence between Chomsky. And it was like a copy paste response that I saw from these leftist dudes who were talking about how they, we're still defending Chomsky, and we're like, you're not going to make me cancel this man. And then being like, oh, I was not aware. Yeah, see, I want to acknowledge a mistake. When I wrote this, I had not read all of the released emails, particularly the February 2019 email in which Chomsky gave advice to Epstein on responding to media coverage of his crimes. Do you think that maybe you should? Do you think that maybe, there's plenty that's been out there that details how friendly this relationship was between Chomsky and Epstein. Do we know for sure if Chomsky was directly participating in these crimes? No, but he sure as shit didn't have a problem with Epstein and Epstein's world. Like, that's the disconnect here. You cannot be serious. You cannot be serious and thinking that this was not a problem. Not just because Epstein was a sex offender by this point, but in the years that Chomsky maintained his relationship with him, that he he had been caught in 2008, even though he got that plea deal, but also that Epstein represented and had this enormous network of the most powerful, wealthy figures in this world, that Epstein was connected to Israel. Chomsky's offering him advice on how to fix his reputation. Be more like Norm Finkelstein, where he's only in the files telling them to fuck off. Yeah. I have an email from Chomsky asking about how we can trust any media from like 10 years ago. And he said something like, there's no good actors, not even me. Great. I don't know. You know what this very much is? This is a leftist who only believes in approaching politics via class analysis. It's like class only politics, and there's no recognizing of how patriarchal systems under capitalism result in this world where women and children are exploited every single day, where violence against, this violence and this abuse is it's so endemic in our society that there's like no intersectionality here in these guys' approach to politics. Everything is just all class. And it's like, okay, class, how about the fact that these girls came from impoverished backgrounds, that there were such deep power dynamics here because Epstein and his associates are the ones with enormous money and power. And that's why too, these were the girls that they went after. Girls who either came from unstable home lives, who were already abused as children, often by those who were closest to them, like Virginia Giuffre, who were incredibly vulnerable. They were the perfect target for Epstein. I don't know. It's like, but he's still, I was upset by what I saw as a rush to nullify a lifetime of noble work and throw Chomsky under the bus. But reverence for Chomsky's work does not justify minimizing the harm to Epstein's victims. But that's not even, no, he was reacting. He was being reactionary. There were a lot of very sound takes, very good sound takes around from people who clearly have, respected Chomsky's work, that it's meant a lot to them in their own political understanding, but we're like, this is inexcusable. And it does call into question Chomsky's whole thing when he had no issue consorting with these billionaires, being in this world. Like, what? How do you square those two things? I can't remember if I retweeted it, but somebody had a really good response on this too that I don't know. Was it? Let me see. Oh, Sana Saeed was one of the people who I thought had a good take. Jeffrey Epstein was a vile creature. He was a predator who abused, raped, and tortured young girls. He, alongside Ghislaine Maxwell and whoever else was directly involved, trafficked young girls. This is the story that rightfully is understood about Epstein. But he was also a power broker. And that's as much the story here as much as it is about the sexual abuse. It's inseparable. The Epstein story is a story about how power functions in this world, which includes sex, which includes the abuse of children. And those two things don't always look like Epstein Island. Everyone who knew and associated with Epstein knew what he was doing. If they worked with him, they absolutely knew. They just either participated themselves or did not care because it was of benefit to them to have access to a power broker such as Epstein. People with class power or aspirations of it tend to stick together and tend to associate with one another in power. So yeah, it sucks that Chomsky is implicated, and he wasn't passive in his support and association. But we can't make one of the most influential American minds in the intellectual left into brain mush for character judgment on Epstein. And this is the I know I keep repeating myself, but it's because there is no defense here. There's no way to square this. And so a lot of people who like Chomsky's work meant so much to them, that he was very inspirational, that he, they viewed him as foundational to not just the American left, but like their own political journeys. And there is the part here of Chomsky having a friendship with Epstein, who was a pedophile, registered sex offender, sex trafficker. Okay. But then there's the part of Chomsky consorting with the oligarchy, being in this world where the elite and powerful, where they are, they proliferate. Y'all, this is why, honestly, can't idolize people. And I think that's what's happening with people who are being so obstinate in allowing this take on Chomsky. They are reacting emotionally. They are like, you're not going to cancel Chomsky, which is so gross and absurd to even call this canceling. Please. Once again, the singular. Yeah, you're not being canceled. These were crimes. And more than that, it's like when you reduce people's genuine, thoughtful, valid criticism to attempts to cancel, you're referring to people as like an angry mob, that they don't have any justification and that they're just out for blood. And that's why people used the term canceled. Yeah, we're using the term canceled in 2026. Okay, let me thank subscribers. I'm sorry, I've been distracted. Tana says, thank you for the tier 1. Moody Duty, Listo Soy Listo, Just a Gay, Faraj, Rebel Mike, Sig Fenmill, AK Warwick, Giths, Kunu, AK Warwick, thank you for the gifted. Mai Tai Vegas, Italic Man, Rexona. Thank you, everybody, for the resubs. I told y'all I was going crazy. I know, we just have been out the gate. Holy moly. Let me get my bearings for a second here. You know what it is? It's like I'll pull stuff for stream, but lately I go live and everything I'm seeing and all of the thoughts and feelings that I have, I go live and I'm like, I just have to express all of them at once. I just have to say every single thing. at the same time here. I know. I saw what Diane Warren posted. Yeah. So Diane Warren, who's gotten mistaken for Ghislaine Maxwell, but also people have been like, here's how Diane Warren wins her Oscar. She plays Ghislaine Maxwell in a biopic. She posted this and said, yikes, with a like googly, silly emoji, hashtag jailbreak. Girl, why would she post this? I don't know. I don't know. It is insane. I'm like, what? Diane, girl, why? Yikes. Hashtag jailbreak. Somebody take her phone away. Okay. Sun-kissed angel, thank you for the 12 months. Somebody take it away. Chomsky about to be canceled by nature. Yeah, he will be. He's going to be dead soon. So if there's any canceling happening, it's his life being canceled. Hold on to ideals, not idols. Yeah, hold on to ideals. Do not hold on to idols. Okay. CoffeeZilla's got his latest fit out, which will help kind of sort through this. But oh God, I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts. And I think what happens too is I think people want to reject this reality that abuse is so pervasive. The sexual exploitation of children is happening every single day. That just gendered violence in this world is a serious human rights issue, that power protects power, all this stuff that's happening. And I think it's such an overwhelming reality, and it's so normalized that you have people responding, either being like, either kind of politicizing it, like kind of doing the whole partisan thing, where when it's somebody on their side, somebody on their team, that they are refusing to acknowledge it because it's still this like it's still this like two sides thing, when there's not. There's one side. That's the ruling class. Okay. That's billionaires. That's power. It's capitalism. It's patriarchy. So I don't know. Yeah, I think there's that. And then I think there's also, I think there's people wanting to believe that this is like a unique case, that Epstein was some unique monster rather than a symptom of this global system that enables the powerful to abuse, that that just creates an environment where the abuse of women and girls is just so commonplace. Like thinking that this is that this is an isolated incident rather than the world we live in, because I think that reality, that minusing of all the conspiracy theory, you know, the things that people kind of get, they get wrapped up in, the reality that is very disturbing, but also a simple reality, that this is how things work, that this is the status quo, that this is the difference between those with power and those without it. That's a very scary, overwhelming, depressing ass understanding. I think people are trying to cope. Yes, I think so as well. It's the type of shit that makes you want to go live in the woods away from people. I know. Unfortunately, it won't let me look at that. Yeah. So, okay, let's look at this vid. Let's look at this one. Just, oh, wait, actually. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to pull up, but I can't pull it up on Instagram. Because I can't log into my Instagram. So this was a post by Field Notes by Mike on Instagram, and it's the psychology of exhaustion. Exhaustion as a mechanism of power. Confusion has become the most effective method of control. A population unable to distinguish between true and false, real and fake, cannot act with coherence. It cannot protest, it cannot organize, it cannot even imagine a shared future. Those in power no longer need to tell a single story. They merely need to flood the space with contradictions until truth becomes inaccessible. Strategic distraction has replaced coherent narrative. Outrage cycles, identity wars, algorithmic rabbit holes, and performative discourse keep the public locked in micro-conflicts. While people fight each other over symbols, institutional power consolidates quietly in the background. Over time, this has produced not just confusion, but exhaustion. Information overload has become a weapon. Faced with endless contradiction, people have retreated into cynicism, apathy, or hyper-fragmented belief systems. After decades of being targeted, nudged, and emotionally managed, populations no longer resist control. Exhaustion removes the capacity for resistance. Control no longer needs to be enforced externally. It's internalized. People surrender not to a single ideology, but to the impossibility of knowing. The modern citizen does not merely distrust the news. They distrust their own ability to know. In this terrain, nothing's believable, and therefore nothing can be collectively challenged. And I think this is something that we are experiencing constantly. And I think one reason, too, that the DOJ dropped 3 million Epstein files at once is because people can't sort through what's real, what's not real. They are overwhelmed by it all. It's confusion. It's a way to control the narrative and therefore control the people. It overwhelms, it floods the zone, it drowns people out. And on top of that, people now they'll AI generate shit. There's a lot of false stuff that's going around. And so let's say somebody shares something that's fake, and then they find out that it's fake. And then they're like, oh my God, I can't trust anything. I'm just not gonna participate in this. I just can't even be involved. I distrust my own ability to know. This is Bannon's signature technique. Yes, Bannon, who was good buddies with Epstein as well, who has for years been employing the flood the zone technique. Can you send the link to this? Yeah, it's on Instagram, and I don't know how. Okay, wait. Let's start watching this video and I'll work on this. I'll put it in the Discord.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the file.
Yeah, Bill Gates is denying right now. The line that we see from a lot of people who seemed particularly close to Epstein, because I do think that there's different tiers here, right? There is the people who were around Epstein when there were young girls around, right? When Epstein's girls were around. And they weren't directly participating, but they were aware. And then there are the ones who he was procuring girls for, who were absolutely participating in this sex trafficking operation, who were abusing girls and women. And then there were those who might not. I think it kind of splits into the rare ones who maybe actually didn't know anything that was happening, but then those who knew of his reputation, weren't hanging out with him, weren't either participating or at there in person. So it's kind of a like who falls where in this larger circle. But Bill Gates absolutely seems to be one of those who falls into the category of he was getting girls from Epstein. He was participating in Epstein's sex trafficking op. Seems to be that's the case. And now what we're hearing from a lot of these people is, I had nothing to do with this. This was a lapse in judgment in having a relationship with this person. We're seeing a lot of that like lapse in judgment. Okay.
Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia national security.
And the other thing that I need people to get, and this is one thing that's kind of hard to tackle, because again, it has to do with our kind of fundamental cultural misunderstandings around abuse, around the element of coercion, the financial transactions that are a big part of this it's not necessarily that Bill Gates was like, here's $1 million and I would like an underage girl who I know that, I know she's underage and I know what I'm doing is wrong and I'm still doing it anyway. Kind of that acknowledgement of this being criminal. I think people are looking for, thinking like, even though in a lot of these emails, it is kind of that vibe. It is kind of like, ooh, can't wait to see the girls, or it just references to how this world worked. But I think more than that, it's like a lot of people are looking kind of for this specific acknowledgement that these men knew what they were doing was wrong, which they're not going to acknowledge because they're not going to admit to any of this, but also because the way that someone like Bill Gates operates, he is one of the wealthiest men in this world. There is nothing that he is not entitled to. There is nothing that he cannot have. And in his mind, this old fucking creep ass perv, of course he's going to desire youth. Of course he's going to want to be with teenage girls because that's the ultimate conquest for him. That is the, not just what he desires, and therefore he should have what he desires, but because he has everything in the world, he knows that there is no such thing as no for Bill Gates, that he can do whatever he wants to whomever he wants for his own, for his own pleasure, for his own benefit, and nothing will happen to him. Does that make sense? It's like, that's the entitlement. That's the, I can do whatever I want. I can have whatever I want. There's no scenario where they would just say they're doing something awful. This is normal for them. The abuse is normal to these horrible people is bringing home the groceries. They're completely unconcerned. Yes, they never viewed these women and girls as people, as like human beings with lives and agency, and they just view them as objects for their taking. And it's so normalized because so many old men do go after young girls. That's so normal. It's like every time you see what's the ideal age, no matter if a man is 20 or if he's fucking 89. And they'll say like a girl who's 18. They're like, that's the ideal age of a woman. It's about power and conquest, even knowing it's wrong. Part of it, what makes it desirable because of the notion that you can get away with it and that you're entitled to it because you've earned that power. That's why they say a large part of patriarchy and sexual assault is based on power fantasy. Dehumanization is by design because you're just seen as an instrument to that exercise. Yes, it is about power. It is about the objectification. It is so normalized of women, of girls. It's about having. It's about being God. They view themselves as gods. They view themselves as God kings. I was preyed upon most when I was that age. Men can be very disturbing. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. We talk about this every time. And I was talking about it on the phone with my mom today, where I was like, I was harassed. I was hit on. I was preyed on. I was subjected to the sexual desires of old men a lot more when I was under the age of 20. And as I got up into my 20s and now in my 30s, it's like that's something that older women talk about, where as women age, they become more invisible because they're no longer, they're no longer seen as desirable. Women's value being in their youth. This fucking weird purity fantasy. Yes, I mean, Branson, who was buddies with Epstein, who was a part of this, named his airline Virgin. Virgin. And that is every woman's experience. Yes, because that's how this world is with these goddamn men. Do you think we'll ever see another Epstein? Not that this heinous shit isn't happening every day, but could any other billionaires be as... Yeah, yes. It's like every time with Weinstein, with P. Diddy, with Epstein, every time it's like, it was an open secret. It was happening for years. It's happening right now. Do you think these men around Epstein have stopped just because Epstein is dead? Because he killed himself? No. And this is why this is so depressing, and you just it's the broader problem, right? It's the broader problem where it's like Epstein was a fucking monster. Epstein was a fucking monster. Dig him up again, kill him again. But he was one person, and he wasn't even the most powerful, wealthy person in this operation. He was a power broker. He was somebody who, got these people what they wanted. He was the connector. He was a person who achieved a network like this in large part because he was supplying girls to a lot of these rich men. But he was like middle management. Permission to hit the bong? Yes. Rip one for me as well. And anyone who does not believe that the DOJ is continuing to cover for these power players, that Kash Patel is lying on the stand, that they do have evidence, they do have enough to investigate other people, but they're choosing not to. Look no further than the fact that they've already done this before. They did this in 2005 when Epstein was first being investigated. When a 14-year-old told her parents that she was molested by him in his mansion. And then there were other credible girls who said, me too. That happened to me as well. Then they started investigating him. And then the law enforcement agencies and people like Alex Acosta stepped in to protect him. And even after he had that plea deal, he had to register as a sex offender, they still tried very hard to keep private the other charges. All of what was a part of this initial investigation that started in 2005. So yeah, they're fucking lying still. Yes, they're continuing to cover it up because of who's involved. Not even back then. Look at the thousands of redactions of names of obvious co-conspirators. Yes. No charged co-conspirators outside of Ghislaine. Yeah, they're looking around going, I guess we'll never know. Oh, sorry. Oh, up. And they want you to believe that, rather than these institutions are still protecting the elite. They are still protecting power because that's who's in charge. That's who these institutions are designed to work for. JJ, thank you for resubscribing for the 100th time today, according to Twitch. According to according to my Twitch activity feed.
The advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously.
Have you showed how Trump reacted when CNN reporter Caitlin Collins asked about the women who were victims? I have not yet, but you know what? Let me just show that now, since I was already planning on showing this clip. Yeah, so this is it's not surprising, of course, because Donald Trump has been a deeply misogynistic piece of shit his entire life, but it still is not something that we should just brush off. And it is shameful that these other reporters say nothing, that he just continuously behaves this way. And people are like, yeah, whatever, it's Trump. That's what he does.
You talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I didn't. I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really.
Let's move on.
Nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
something that people care about? Yeah, what did you say?
Yeah. We still talking about this? The thing that I staked my campaign on, that I was, going to take down the pedophile cabal. I was going to release the Epstein files, blah, blah. We still talking about. I think it's time to move on.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten
You are the
justice?
worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile in your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned health care and
He is, I know we know, but he is such a misogynistic piece of shit. He is such a piece of shit. And it's one of those things where, yeah, it's Trump, but also we should never brush it off. Like, we should never normalize that he behaves towards women this way. It's like, this is how do Trump supporters who believe him, how do they believe this man who was found liable of raping E. Jean Carroll, who has so many allegations against him, that he in the past has bragged to some of them when he's been on Howard Stern, who has sexualized his own daughter, when she was a child, who, when Howard Stern was like, can I call Ivanka a hot piece of ass? He was like, yeah, you can't. Like, this is Donald Trump. The way that he speaks about women, that he speaks to women, he is so disgusting. I literally gasped at Vance and Meghan talking about this.
There was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have like a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, "Why don't you ever smile?"
Yeah.
And it's actually like so perceptive.
It's
even if
so
you're asking a tough question,
perceptive.
even if you take your job very seriously, like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, oh my my God, these fucking frauds. Every time I am so filled with rage, I will just go look at Connor Eats Pants tweets. It's one of the only things. It's one of the only things that keeps me stable. It keeps me going.
I laugh because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles.
Okay.
Every once in a while.
You're a misogynist too, Megan. Wow. Oh my God. Like, that's hard to identify. Everyone was calling him sexist. Everyone's saying he's misogynist. And like, hello, I'm over here hating on women as well. Yeah, we know, Megan. We know. You're out here defending pedophiles. We know.
You have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you get remember to smile.
We're going to bring up Roger Ailes. We're gonna bring up Roger Ailes, who sexually harassed you? Girl, why did you leave Fox? There's a whole ass movie about it. There is a movie where, is it Nicole Kidman who plays her? I can't remember which one plays her. There's a whole ass movie about Roger Ailes prolifically sexually harassing and abusing you and your female colleagues. Bombshell, the movie, you remember it? As a woman over 35, 100% correct. You only become more invisible. You should run for office, lady. I'm this old. Welcome in. This is, you know what happened is there was a moment that Megyn Kelly stopped peddling the bullshit that she's always sucked, but there was this moment, and then she went, she left Fox News, she went independent, and since then it was when it affected her personally, but it's like now she's worse. She started to lose viewers. She became less relevant. She was just no longer prominent like she was. And so she just reignited the grift. It's like she is now even worse than she was before because she's desperate to cling on to her relevancy for money. Keep churning it out.
Viewers that have a heart.
Have some fun.
Have some fun. And I just have to go back to what Caitlin Collins was saying, because what she said was, yeah, I'm talking about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm talking about women and girls who were abused. Like, why would I be smiling? Let's just have some fun here, okay? Let's just, you know what? We got to make this stuff we just have to make it fun. We just got to smile. Yeah, we're talking about a notorious pedophile and sex trafficker and his massive operation that included a lot of powerful people who are walking around completely free. But we just need to smile a little bit and have a little fun. My father's reason, he told me, for why he votes for Trump was that a politician's actions and their daily life are separate. When I asked him how could horribly Trump would treat, for example, his own daughter, not change his president vote, I mean, getting into the psychology of how someone will acknowledge that Donald Trump is personally awful, but that is separate from how they believe he is as a president, as a political leader. Not gonna lie, I'm scared for Megan's daughter. She's in her early teens. With the way Megan's talking and acting, I feel like she'd offer her daughter up to these pedos. Oh, you mean like what's her name? Who is the one woman in you know who I'm talking about, where she invited Epstein over. This was after he was a registered sex offender and pedophile. And she said, my daughter, who's 15 at the time, my daughter is here with 5 of her friends. Who, God, hold on. Sorry. I think I have it. I have it bookmarked somewhere. Yeah. Eva Dubin. Eva Dubin, who is formerly a model, beauty pageant title holder. She's the founder of the Dubin Breast Center at the Tisch Cancer Institute. She dated Epstein? Oh. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah. She dated Epstein for a long time. And then I guess named him as her kid's godfather? Okay. Yeah, cool. So this is an email from 2010. Come and visit next week. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that 50 Shades Away had said she dated Epstein from 1981 to 1990. Is currently married to a hedge fund billionaire. Come and visit next week. Selena will have 5 friends over. And he responded, I'm at the ranch. Selena, her 15-year-old daughter, will have 5 friends over. Huh. Why do you feel the need to mention that? He also discussed marrying her daughter. Oh, okay. This just gets better and better. Jeffrey Epstein wanted to marry his ex-girlfriend, Eva Dubin, wanted to marry her daughter, who called him Uncle Jeff, and I believe he was the godfather. Told friends that he wanted to marry her when she was, said this when she was a teenager. He set up a trust fund for her when she was like 8. Yeah. Some real sick shit. Imagine that this is the world that you grow up in. You know, I don't know anything about this daughter. I don't know if she's like, yeah, no big deal. No big deal. My mom brought this pedophile, dated this pedophile and then enticed him to come over by offering up the fact that me and 5 of my teenage-aged friends were at the house and that he said he wanted to marry me. It's it is so disturbing. Holy fuck. Hogan, thank you for the gifted Keeks. Thank you for the 11 months. It's wild to me that this is what QAnon screamed about and now they're too busy bootlicking. It's like QAnon and these other conspiracy focused groups, they were correct, but looking the wrong way. And now there's silence. Like, where is Q? Where are all these people who for years were so focused on this pedophile elite cabal that had members of media and politics and entertainment and just high-powered people involved in it? QAnon was like a funhouse mirror. Everything was there, but distorted. QAnon was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately for Q, it was a way to support Donald Trump and these other awful right-wing figures. That's it. That's what it was. It was like, oh, we have to go. Oh, this is a way to go after woke liberal Hollywood, to go after the Democratic Party. Why does so much? It's the founder of 4chan who opened /poll where a ton of this shit just stated is directly linked to Epstein. Yeah, finding out not just how many like conspiracy theory groups and right-wing political movements in the US were linked to Epstein, but also globally. Just the global reach. It was not fun for them anymore when the conspiracy started revealing it wasn't just people on the other team. Yeah, and they're not thrilled about the Epstein revelations. And it's why right-wing media has kept shrugging this off, because they've been using this as a political tool, as a way to try and position the left as the party of demonic child abusing pedophiles and the right as the heroes, as the people who are going to uncover it all. Yeah, the amount of copium that the right has been doing for quite some time now, and especially those who this was their whole fucking thing. This was like throughout, by how they made their name in podcasting or whatever else, what they obsessed over. And now they're like, well, maybe we should move on, or just still focusing on like the Clinton aspect. Not the left, Democrats. I am saying that from how these right-wing groups view it. They don't have a separation between the Democratic Party and then just the left. I've read that Epstein had a habit of dating women, then upgrading their relationship to just friends. I think he purposely sought out women he could add to his client list, could supply more victims for him, especially since he relied on women like Ghislaine to lure girls and women in, since they thought they could trust a woman. That Avi doesn't absolve the women he dated. If anything, it makes them worse. A lot of the girls who were recruited, who were preyed on by Epstein and Ghislaine, then were used as recruiters themselves. It's like they would go then to other young girls and women and say, hey, I have a job opportunity for you. You can work as a masseuse. It pays really well. You get to be around famous people. It's like this crazy high-end world to be a part of. Yeah, that's how they would do it. It was a pedo MLM, just using those who they had recruited, who they had preyed on to serve that purpose then.
previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone. And like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how
the other thing too is the politics board was created on 4chan the day the admin met Epstein. That board purposely created so many conspiracy theories just for fun to see what they could make stick. Well, the other thing is that these conspiracy theories do serve a role in disrupting efforts to combat the real issue of sex trafficking, of human trafficking. It provides a distraction. It distracts people away from the very real problem. And that's why it's like these conspiracy theories and these groups who form around them, on the one hand, it's like there's the grain of truth, and that's how people fall into this. That's how they become, radicalized and fall down these rabbit holes. But a lot of it is also distraction. It is, it's the funhouse distortion mirrors. It's camouflage.
scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows...
Yeah, they treat conspiracy theory as the truth and the truth as conspiracy theory. And I get that. I get that it's hard. This just overwhelmed... This sense of being overwhelmed, that you don't know what's real, that you do feel like insane. You do feel that now you're deep in a conspiracy theory. And, you know, it's like I read that Psychology of Exhaustion piece on Instagram, and that is a mechanism of power that is not only to distract from the truth, but to serve as a method of control. When people know it's not just a distrust of the news, but it's distrusting of their own ability to know. And how can there be collective change when people are not collectively aligned, when they feel like they don't even know what's real and what's not? I've lost friends over the QAnon rabbit holes. I know I'm not alone in that. Now these same people can't handle the cognitive dissonance of voting and protecting the very same predators they thought that they were fighting. Yeah, now some of them who are literally like, let's just move on. Come on, this is, whatever. It's them now trying to claim that this is the distraction. They're like, don't lose sight of what's important here.
That he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel.
This guy looks like every fucking promoter in the clubs that I worked at. Like, I just the douchiest, worst guy going, well, I mean, these girls were 18, so it's fine.
Technically, I think it was largely
young,
very young, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
most of it was just
very, very young, but not like
20-year-old,
not
girls,
like 13 type thing. And then
Right. And that's why I started off the stream telling that story again of that promoter and just what the environment was like in nightlife, what the environment is like in the whole fucking world. But that's this differentiation that they're trying to make here. That's the point that they're seizing on, where they're like, yeah, I mean, some of them were underage, but most of them were of age, so it's fine. So it's not the big problem that people are making it out to be. That it's okay. It's okay as long as she's 18. Like they base their understanding of something being morally acceptable because of somebody's age. That there's a big difference here between, let's say, a girl who was 14 and a girl who was 18, when the reality is that a lot of these 18-year-olds, okay, these legally aged girls, were groomed. They were children when they were first preyed upon. They are still very young. They are still very vulnerable. They are still being coerced. They are still being trafficked. They are still being forced into doing these things because of the rich dudes around them.
Remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like, in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that.
It's like, how many times do we see, okay, here's some 50-year-old celebrity. He's dating an 18-year-old, but they were made sure to clarify and be like, we waited until she was 18 to do anything sexual. And everyone's like, oh, it's okay because she's 18. As if like when you are 17 and 364 days, but then as soon as you turn 18, it's totally fine. Who cares about grooming? Who cares about the fact that she is 18, that there is still an enormous age difference and power dynamic here. Like the concept of 17 and 364 days, but 18, that one day, it's totally fine. It's totally fine.
That just because girls juice deals. And so I don't think that Epstein, I've not seen evidence, and in my view, you don't need any of that to understand the core part of the Epstein story that is relevant to your life today in terms of your own government and the workings of power and corporate finance and the like. But I do think that girls juice deals, and the fact that he had the coolest parties on a private island with the hottest girls is
also
something
brought
that
in
makes
a lot of intellectuals, stimulating conversation, scientists.
See, and that's how we get chatters in here who go, well, those girls went on that private plane and went with that promoter on that trip, and they wanted to party and they wanted to be a part of this world. And are you denying women their agency? Not very feminist of you, Caroline. Yeah. So what? They wanted to go to a cool party. That's what they chose to
All these
do.
very interesting people. So that was part of the thing, right? That was the draw.
Try hosting a cool party as a guy with a
You know what? All these motherfuckers, I'm just like, check their hard drives. Check these men's hard drive.
bad ratio, so to speak.
Sausage party.
With a sausage party. And when you develop a reputation for having attractive women at the parties you host, you become an important person to know in the network.
Yeah. Yeah. So do we understand why Epstein happens? Why there are more Epsteins? There will be more Epsteins to come. This is a symptom. This is not happening in a vacuum. This is not an aberration. This is not an anomaly. This is how our culture views men preying on young women and girls. The objectification, the gendered violence that is so endemic. The just how many people do not understand what actually takes place. This is not some 18-year-old who is completely free in the decisions that she is making, in the way that she is being sexualized and then exploited. That's what exploitation is. That is, oh yeah, we'll fly you to this island. We'll take you to these fancy parties. We'll, bring you. You don't have to pay for anything because you're beautiful and young. That's all that you're off. That's all you have to offer here. When at its core, it is transactional. It is exploitative. There are I always think of the many, many young girls that I would see come through the clubs who would live in these model houses, who were just seen as beautiful objects for these rich men's pleasure, and how normalized that was, and how kind of the mentality was like, oh, this is not just what's expected of you as a girl in this world whose beauty and youth is opening these very fancy doors for you, but there's always the cost. But it's how to, there's just no one around to say, there's no one around to protect. There's no one around to question any of this. B Nguyen, thank you for the prime. OG Little Red, thank you for the tier 1. It's so hard, it feels, to get people to understand the reality of how this works. And I know that there are women who will pretend like this is not the case, who will align themselves with patriarchal power, who will, like women in Epstein's circle, like Ava Braun, what's her name? Ava Dubin and Ghislaine Maxwell, and women like that who are complicit in these abuses. But The truth is like when this is your lived experience, there's no denying this reality. And these women are lying. They are, if they're participating, it's because they're aligning themselves, as I said, with this patriarchal power. When they internalize misogyny, when they pretend like this is not that this is not wrong, that I don't know. This is something I have known because I have experienced this, because I have this lived experience. I know this to be true. This because it is true. Vio, thank you for the raid. What up, y'all? Welcome in. The past 10 years of right-wing culture war was designed by Epstein. The blatant rise of misogyny that's come from it was by design. Yeah, we just live in a deeply, deeply misogynistic, sexist world. It's everywhere.
In one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout.
Yeah, well, it sounds like those girls were making their choices freely. It sounds as if the power dynamics here, as if it was equal, as if they were on equal standing.
For various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of...
It's painful being reminded around every corner how much society despises women. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what sucks too is being a woman talking about this all the time, trying to get people to understand that this is the reality. People will they will tune me out just for doing that. They'll listen to a man who will be like, "Man, misogyny is real. It sucks." Be like, "Oh my God, thank you. Oh, king. Amazing." But when it's a woman, they're like, she's kind of annoying. Yeah, she just kind of rubs me the wrong way. As a black dude, I get a lot of what you're saying. I mean, I know that I know that this is true of people belonging to other marginalized, groups. When it's somebody, when it's you saying it and they're like, "Oh, that black guy talking about anti-blackness, how it's all over the place. Oh, I've had enough." But this white guy, too many times. Yeah. Why is hardly anyone talking about Epstein? From Andrew Tate. Connor responded, "'Cause he died? LOL. Old news. I guess you're the most famous pedophile alive now. Go back to jail. Then leave the same way Jeffrey did. Bitch, you suck ass with women, by the way. I took your class. Bad advice. Scam. To any Tate followers who want pussy, follow my page instead." I will never forget how nervous Connor was after he had that Fortnite Friday with fake Elon Musk. And he's like, "Oh my God, have I gotten myself in too deep?" And then since then has made this his thing. He just goes harder and harder. He's in permanent alt mode. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people think coercion's only the stick and no carrot. Coercion is the most insidious when it employs both. Ugh. Y'all, I just want to punch something.
Horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not
Y'all.
a good guy. He was part of the op along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work.
I need to do another
Jeffrey
rage
Epstein
room.
asked him to take a full body shot of someone.
I need to break
Daniel
some
Syed
shit.
says, now she is really skinny. I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you.
This is why when I was younger and I was so desperate for a sense of, I was so desperate for like a sense of power, of control, of feeling, of having an outlet for my rage, that I would, when I would go out drinking and men would harass or fuck with me or my friends in other ways, I would punch them in the face. I would start fights, physical fights, because I was so, I was like, I'm kind of like Batman. I saw it as doling out vigilante justice. You know, that for a moment it made me feel like I was taking back power. Yeah, to the point that we would go out, my friends would be like, can you not punch anyone in the face tonight? I'd be like, well, I can't promise anything. Can these men not be fucking harassers? How about that?
Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein,
Ilhan
who then would get
Collab
copy of their passports and bring him to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against
sexual exploitation, but a lot of people will see that, 22 years old, come on, and they'll try and gaslight you. They'll gaslight us. They're like, there's no problem here. Why? Because she's an old lady practically.
Daniel Syed and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we...
Literally, I just keep thinking of so many stories. I remember one night, this guy that I used to be friends with, thought he was a cool dude. He worked in finance. He ended up getting a job at the working for the company that owned these clubs. And he was, like I said, he was always nice. He was chill. We went on group camping trips. And this night he comes in and he has just gotten hired at the company. And so my boss was like, oh, you can bring him out bottles, blah, 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 on the house. And he gets very drunk and he starts asking me, someone who he's been friends with. He was like, can you get me hookers? And I was like, excuse me? He goes, yeah, can you get me girls? Can you get me girls? And I'm like, what is happening here? And I was so disgusted. And I was like, who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, what now? You've got this new fancy job at this company and you're at a nightclub and you're drinking the alcohol for free. And now you're high and important and you're asking me to procure you girls. And I called our mutual friend and I was like, this is what the fuck is this? And she was so upset by it too. And she was better friends with him. And she's like, I'm going to call him. The next day she did. And then he texted me, was like, oh my God, can we talk? I said, I don't really have anything to say to you. And then I talked to him on the phone and he's like, I don't really remember. He's like, I'm sorry, I was so drunk. I don't remember any of that. And I was like, I don't care if you don't remember any of that. I think that revealed who you are. But it's that attitude too. And I keep using these examples just to illuminate how pervasive these attitudes are. This this belief of this belief of how the world works for men versus of how it works for women. It was like it was that entitlement of him first of all drinking this free alcohol and just how this ego comes out, right? This narcissism, this ego, this I'm super cool because now I've got this job at this company with all these flashy fancy nightclubs. And then it was the way that he said it too. It was the like, can you get me girls? And on top of that too, he had a girlfriend. Not that it would have changed my reaction were he single, but it was like he had a girlfriend. He had been with her for a long time. And now he's in this big boy job and he's with, he's with these high powered men around him. And of course now he's like, get me girls. Oh, okay. Because that's all part of the aesthetic, right? That's I'm a big man in charge and I need to be, I should be surrounded by beautiful women. So get them for me.
Literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim.
Thank you for the
15 minutes. So it's a little
minutes.
strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out and we see participants and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well,
it could potentially be who was the publicist? What was her name? Peggy. Yeah, Peggy Siegel, who's also connected. I think this is where the Timothy Chalamet being being a part of this. There's like, that's that aspect. But Peggy Siegel, who after Epstein had to register as a sex offender and had to, and pled guilty and took that plea deal, Peggy Siegel was advising him on how to essentially return to society. She's like, everything will be fine. You have people around you. We're going to put together these dinners. We're going to like reach out to academics and journalists and yada, yada. It'll all be fine because you still have enough, you still have powerful people in your corner. What's the Chalamet angle? It's okay. It's not even something that I fully understand, but I think it has to do with Peggy Siegel, who I was just talking about, mentioning Timothy Chalamet as her personal friend over and over again. And so some people are thinking like possibly Timmy was groomed, or I don't know, that like this isn't necessarily a Timothy Chalamet was a perpetrator of anything here, but he was, because he was so young, I don't know. So it's his name has popped up in the files because of Peggy Siegel. She also said, she had said something too. Even my friend Timothy Chalamet, who donated his salary from Woody's last film to 3 political agencies, was sick about being forced into any action by the press. He could not go any place on his Call Me By Your Name Oscar campaign without the press hounding him about working with Woody. So this is an email from Peggy to Jeffrey Epstein in 2018. She said, "Dearest Jeffrey, I'm so sorry I missed your birthday. The good news is you're still younger than me, but do not look it. How have you been? What's up with the Caribbean islands? Staff still sleeping in the tunnels? Retrieved all the furniture out of the ocean? Did you take photos? Are you presently rebuilding? I'm sick about Woody. This Me Too witch hunt is out to destroy an 80-year-old global cinematic treasure, and it makes me so sad." So here she is defending Woody Allen. "I saw literary agent Lynn Nesbitt at Billy Rayner's funeral, and she said Woody is guilty. Of course she's the agent for Ronan and Dylan." Oh yeah, it's fuck Peggy Siegel. She's a real piece of shit. But then she brings up that even my friend Timothy Chalamet, who knows if this is real? Like, I am not interested in any type of, I'm not like, we need to go after Timothy Chalamet here in this, because it's Peggy. It's people like Peggy who were not just close friends with Epstein, but were actively working to launder his reputation, to keep the operation going, enabling him, also like clearly worshiping him. That's one vibe that I've gotten a lot of, is the way that people were like obsessed with Epstein. And I think that's because of how big of a power broker he was, that it was kind of a sucking up to him, stroking his ego all the time. They venerated him in such an odd way. Yeah, treating him like this venerable figure, someone who was just unbelievably important and deserved such deep respect. Peggy Siegel is a publicist that's worked on movie campaigns for a bunch of major studios. Yeah. And she was advising Epstein, saying, "Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. Okay, I'm a publicist. This is my job. This is how we do things." 100% they all wanted to curry his favor so they could benefit from his wealth and connections. Yeah. So that's why it's like this larger circle of people who may not have been directly abusing women and girls, but either just looked the other way, didn't give a shit, or were helping him to, helping to fix his reputation. Like if there were any, making sure that the Jeffrey Epstein operation didn't slow down at all. Despite that one little pesky legal hurdle in 2008. So yeah, that's all of these people, like the Peggy Siegels, those people should not ever, not now or ever, be let off the hook, be kind of sidelined in favor of going after the ones who were directly abusing. It's like, yeah, we should get them. We should bring them all to justice. But it's like, this is how these abusers are enabled. This is how this whole system works.
Well, we go ahead, we scroll
Orange
down,
Jambo, thank you for the
and we
Prime
see
Zach.
that
Thank you for the
Jeffrey
tier
Epstein
1.
sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored.
As another person described,
Jeffrey's
findings,
not
it was just a
censored in this
legal
one,
vibe
but
check.
Bannon is, and then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. Other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his, we're going to crush the trafficking narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece.
Not
Steve
the
Bannon says if you do an
fucking
interview, it can't be like
YouTube!
Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut.
Hey, you might want to get a ukulele.
Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close,
Oh my God.
said he would help.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Woody Allen is going to help edit my YouTube video.
Edit, not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster.
This is an aside, but I really appreciate that CoffeeZill's sort of made this his thing, this and harassing crypto scammers. Yeah, I agree. And I said this when we watched his first video, where on the one hand, a lot of the media seems to be missing the mark on this shit. but I am grateful for independent journalists and YouTubers like CoffeeZilla. I've not watched a ton of his stuff in the past. I think I saw the Logan Paul scam, some of the Hawktua stuff, but he's one of those, yeah, he's one of those guys that I think maybe I wasn't fully sure if I wasn't fully sure if he was someone I wanted to kind of throw my trust to, or I don't know, have faith that he would be somebody that work would be this important. But he's done a really good job. He's done a really good job. He expresses his feelings towards this in a way that really resonates.
Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein. Should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get...
Oops.
About a dinner with Woody. And then he says, or too many
I've watched him for years. His views have not changed. Yeah,
and you gotta love
consistent.
the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing.
I mean, this was Trump's whole thing too. What's the like psychological kind of term here, or I guess strategy? I feel like there's something specific that I can't think of what it's called, where you make it, when you're a person who's involved in this, you make it seem as if you're the one who's going to be revealing the truth. Farting, yeah. No, You know what I mean? Where it is a strategy. It's also what you'll see men who have been credibly accused of sexual misconduct, like a Kevin Spacey, for instance, where you admit to things like, oh, sometimes, you know, maybe lines were crossed, but you never say that it was non-consensual. People feel as if you are giving them the truth, that you're being honest even when you're still lying. It's rather than pretending you have nothing to do with it, then just completely denying, it's a pretending to give this to own up to something so that people then think you are being truthful. Yeah, I mean, I know it's like deceptive, gaslight, all that, but I don't know if there's like something specific, something specific in psychology that this falls under. Like, yes, all these words apply. It all, but you know what I'm talking about, though. Half concealment. Misdirection. Yeah, I mean, I think this is all, it's all part of it. Anyway, you know what I mean, though. Speaking of Woody Allen, too, I don't know if you saw this email from Suni Previn to Jeffrey Epstein. The old bait and switch, something along those lines. We can't move on before we get to the bottom of this now. I'm like, where are my psych majors? Where are my where are my therapists? Where are people who would know exactly what I'm talking about? It's the classic Among Us play. It is like in Among Us where if you, let's say you're the murderer, right? You will say like, I was there, and then you try. I mean, it is, I don't know, it's misdirection, double speak. But that's what their strategy was, where they're like, okay, we're going to have him do this YouTube video, and we're going to be like, oh, he's actually the one who's going to blow the doors off this thing. He's actually the whistleblower here. Paltering, rather than misstating facts or failing to provide information, paltering involves actively making truthful statements to create a mistaken impression. Yeah, I think that seems to be what I'm talking about here. So they will reveal a truth, but the purpose is to distract from what, from what crimes they committed, from the fact that they are a part of this world. They'll be like, this is what's going on. I mean, that's Donald Trump too. That's Donald Trump, who was like, I am going to be the one to blow the lid off this thing. I am going to take down this pedophile cabal exists. These powerful people who are a part of, who are trafficking children, who are committing such grave crimes, and I'm going to take him down. And a lot of his supporters and people who were echoing that, still, I mean, they still believe, or are pretending to. Not kernel of truth hypothesis. But that's, I mean, and that's also those conspiracy theories, right? That's how they work with a kernel of truth, but looking in the wrong place then. It's like the distraction and the distortion that surrounds this one piece of truth. Anyway, all right. So Woody Allen's wife, Suni Previn, emailed Jeffrey Epstein about Anthony Weiner. Remember Anthony Weiner? Sexting a 15-year-old girl. And here's what she had to say. I know, it's an incredible story. You have to feel sorry for him. He can't seem to learn. Most importantly, I feel sorry for his wife. I also thought it was disgusting what the 15-year-old did to him. So Suni Previn, who was Woody Allen's adopted daughter with Mia Farrow, who he groomed, who he married, who Mia Farrow found naked photos of her when she was 21, I think, and she has been with Woody Allen for years now. And to me, this feels like a classic case of somebody who was a victim, who was a child victim of grooming, of abuse, of the manipulation by an adult male, and how much that has warped her entire world. Like, it is very fucked up. It is very fucked up. And now she turns around and is like, can you believe what that 15-year-old did to Anthony Weiner? It's like the meme from Law and Order. He was only 51, you sick fuck. He was only 51, and look at what this 15-year-old did to him. It's disgusting. I hate women who take advantage of guys, and she's definitely one of them. She knew exactly what she was doing and how vulnerable Weiner was, and she reeled him in like fish to bait. It's also laughable when she says in her letter that she's putting it out there to help him. How does it help him? It only humiliates him. We know his excuse that he has a sickness. He's sick. Oh, no, he's sick. Yeah, no, he's a sick fuck. What is her excuse for being a despicable and disgusting person who preys on the weak? We know he's sick, but she's also sick to have done this to him. So manipulative on her part. She should be ashamed of herself. I think, too, if people had doubts, which I don't know why you would, around Suni Previn and Woody Allen's relationship, and that she was wondering, well, was she groomed by him? Well, blah, blah, blah. I think this is very illuminating. I think seeing now this adult woman believe that a 15-year-old child is the actual perpetrator here, that the onus is on this 15-year-old instead of the 51-year-old man, that she's flipping the power dynamics here and putting the power in the hands of this 15-year-old girl versus poor Anthony Weiner has a sickness. He was taken advantage of. He was preyed on. And it's just like, this seems to be, this does seem to be the cycle of abuse, but more so like how much Suni Previn's, just kind of how much her world flipped upside down, that this is now how she views things because of what was done to her. And I'm sure, this is a psychological coping method, etc. Also kind of the projection here. Woody Allen couldn't have preyed on Suni Previn because that's not how it works. Like she was the one who went after him. She was the one who, she had total power and agency. Because that's what they've maintained for years. They've maintained for years that this is just, they just fell in love, that it was all above water, completely consensual, this is just a true romantic relationship. So manipulative on her part. She should be ashamed of herself. Yeah, people are like, I think she probably has to treat other victims this way to protect herself from fully understanding the horror of her own victimization for the last 44 years by a misogynistic pedophile and his misogynistic pedophile friends. I think we all know who's to blame for Suni's unhealthy attitude towards adult males having sex with young girls, and it's not her mother. Also, sent from Suni's iPhone. God. Ugh. Just looked up a picture of her when she first met Woody. Yeah, Woody Allen. Woody Allen was 56. He was 56 years old when Mia Farrow discovered the nude photographs of Suni in Woody Allen's home. I mean, How long? I know, it's so fucking sick. I mean, Suni Previn was really, really little when Mia Farrow adopted her. Let's see. She adopted Mia Farrow, and her then husband Andre Previn adopted Suni Previn in 1978. She was 2 or 3. And then her marriage to Andre Previn ended in 1979. And in 1980, so Suni would have been 4 years old. That is when Mia Farrow began a long-term relationship with Woody Allen. So he was ostensibly her father. And then later Allen adopted 2 of Farrow's other adopted children, Dylan Farrow and Moses Farrow. So people have always tried to be like, well, Woody Allen was not Suni Previn's actual adopted father. I go, do you think that changes things here? Do you think that that makes it not fucking disturbing? Why? Oh, because Mia Farrow's ex-husband, Andre Previn, was who she'd adopted Suni Previn with. But at 4 years old, she started dating Woody Allen, and he was the adopted father of her 2 other adopted children and was a father figure for Suni Previn. Like, that's, he was the one who was around. She was born in 1970. So, 10. She was 10. Wow. Still a child. 10 years old. And then they try and claim that, like, oh, no, it just so happened when she turned 21 that they fell in love and began a sexual relationship. Nothing to worry about here. Nothing to worry about here. It just out of the blue like that. The whole thing is disturbing even more so that people still continued to work with him after that went public. He predated on her and other children. Yeah, I know. I know.
That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look.
Allegedly, Frank Sinatra asked Mia Farrow if she wanted him to get a hit put out on Woody Allen when all this came out. She should have said yes.
You're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy...
Yeah, that's why Mia Farrow broke up with Woody, by the way. Because she discovered that.
Honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway,
okay, so that was something. So Peter Attia, who's another person that popped up in the Epstein files, who has come out and said that he was ashamed. He was ashamed. It was a lapse in judgment, yada, yada, yada. Maple Ticks. Oh, my God. Were you guys talking about me running for Congress, or does it just so happen to be coincidental that everybody is coming in with this exact same message? Hello. Hello, everyone. Well, according to some random comment I saw on Mike's post, I can't run for Congress if I don't change how I sound and come across, because I'm just way too, I'm with her coded. So unfortunately, that's one vote that I wouldn't be getting. I'm like, what does that mean? That person fucking sucked. I yelled at them. I did see a lot of people be like, huh? Excuse me? Huh? Yeah. So unfortunately, I am a person who, when I speak, I guess I'm too Hills Clinton. I'm too Hills Clinton. But you were with her. Once upon a time I was. So maybe it has, maybe because I don't yell enough. Maybe because I'm not just constantly screaming and yelling, and I don't know, because I'm not dark woke enough or whatever it is. I saw a post from Kwan headquarters about a huge announcement tomorrow. Oh, that's news to me. I don't know who's running Kwan headquarters, but I guess there's a big announcement coming out. Speaking of campaigns, did you see the Kamala headquarters tweet? Does it have to do with Mamala running for office or running for president? Thank God. Let's see. What's their latest? I posted about it earlier, and yes. She spoke to DCC staff. Are we falling out of a coconut tree again? Is it time to fall out of a coconut tree? You know just what this moment needs right now? Kamala Harris announcing that she's going to run for president again. Kamala Harris's former campaign account, Kamala HQ, teases something coming tomorrow. It's the page's first post since the 2024 election. She's about to drop her new album. She's about to announce her Vegas residency. This time, for real, no go back. We are not going back, except to have Kamala Harris run again. We're going back to that. But everything else, we're not going back. Are they going to promote Charlie's movie? Sam, out of the blue, just texted me, saw Charlie XCX's movie. Don't bother. Like, it was so, we didn't talk about that she was going to see this movie. We've never talked about the movie. it was simply a saw that movie, don't bother. I was like, I wasn't going to, but now I will. Do you think, yeah, I don't know. What else could be coming tomorrow? Maybe another book? I don't know. Maybe another book. Can you imagine? Oh, it's very exciting. As I said, this is what we need in this moment right now. This is what we need in this moment right now. We need Kamala Harris to step up. We need coconut trees, and we need to be falling out of them. That's what we need. Yeah, maybe she's got Kamala coin. Oh, thank God. Maybe we need to maybe we need a Kamala coin. A little rug pull. Yeah, it's been at least a couple months since we had the last big one, so we're due. As a little treat. As a tiny little treat. Richard Hanania. So this guy, I feel like a lot of people have tried to gaslight us into thinking that he's reformed, when really he just keeps grifting in different ways. Like this guy, yeah, former white supremacist Richard Hanania. And we're supposed to be convinced that he has seen the light, that he's reformed, that he's actually, one of the good guys now. And no, he's just shifting wherever he sees the winds going. I've never heard of this person in my life, and I'm grateful. He was someone that Brianna Wu was one of the people trying to make his redemption, make his reforming a thing. Brianna Wu, yeah. Mm-hmm. He says, I love this. Make every video of anyone playing with children look sinister by putting black boxes over the kids. He's in heaven having a good laugh about this. About Jeffrey Epstein. This is who he's talking about. I love how so many people are trying to pretend that Jeffrey Epstein was not a pedophile and a sex trafficker. They're making him out to just be like another dude. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. Oh, okay, yeah, I can do that. You can do this with any guy. You just put black boxes over the kids and you make them look sinister. The difference being that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and sex trafficker. Does that play a part at all? Is that an important little piece here? So anyway, fuck this white supremacist piece of shit. What a freak.
Something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook.
Was just the
Admit
promoter.
nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard
Epstein and John Wayne Gacy are laughing it up in heaven. Yeah, that's right. Give me the AI meme, AI image of Jeffrey Epstein and John Wayne Gacy just having a chuckle in heaven, looking down at us.
Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Smug piece of shit.
Gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction.
Guy who's a real piece of shit. Man, that guy's a real piece of shit, huh?
I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected.
Did you see the whole Wayfair Epstein missing kids thing? Yeah, so this has been a conspiracy theory for 5+ years around Wayfair, the online company that sells like furniture and other decor. And it took off on social media. And the nexus of this was that Wayfair was a part of a massive child sex trafficking scheme. Okay. So this was something that, you know, like QAnoners, people in that world were, they were all over this. They were like, nobody's talking about Wayfair. Wayfair is not just a place where you buy furniture. They are trafficking children. And the whole thing was that Wayfair was listing overpriced furniture on their website, and it was allowing pedophiles and sex predators to purchase kids. So they said, look, you think that this is just selling overpriced furniture? No, you're wrong. They're selling children. So this has resurfaced because Wayfair, with the recent 3 million document release, Wayfair has popped up in the files. And there was one tweet that includes a page from the Epstein files that shows the sex trafficker's assistant paid for some furniture from Wayfair for more than $8,400. And this was June of 2018. But Jeffrey Epstein's assistant bought a single unlabeled $8,453 item from Wayfair. If you actually dig deeper, though, you see what was purchased. This was not a single purchase. This was several items being purchased. There also was a cancellation request for the entire order. And then there was something too with like Jeffrey Epstein purchased chairs or something for Woody Allen for his birthday. Anyway, a lot of them thought the kids were getting shipped in the furniture too. Yeah. So this is definitely conspiracy theory realm. But it's been resurfaced, it's been reignited because Wayfair, mentions of Wayfair, you know, receipts, etc., popped back up in the Epstein files. But this is the conspiracy theory part of it, where they think it's all happening in secret, right? Like there's children in the armoire and that's where they're coming from, when it's like, no, it's a lot simpler. It's disturbing because this is the reality, but it's a lot simpler than that. This is not them secretly shoving kids into pieces of furniture to facilitate this sex trafficking operation. This is, as we've seen, Jeffrey Epstein and his many wealthy friends procuring, often teenage girls, 14, 15-year-olds, having them give them massages at his either Mar-a-Lago mansion on the island, etc., and sexually abusing them, coercing girls from impoverished backgrounds into these, into this sexually exploitative trade, What are they going to do? Put children on a plane, steal their passports? No, surely they're inside furniture. Right. While they're just openly saying, yeah, we're having a pedo party at 6. Yeah, where you see the emails where it's like, bring your girls around. Make sure you come with your harem. Hey, you know, can you, I'm scheduling a visit to the island and making sure that there's going to be girls. But see, this is the distraction. This is what people will be, they'll be so fascinated by, and they'll become obsessed with this belief that children are being shipped in pieces of furniture, and ignore the very real version here, which is that sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, sexual coercion, all this stuff we've been talking about. It's just, it's happening everywhere. It's open, you know, it's like, yeah, okay. Not every element of Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile sex trafficking operation was public, but it's like, we watched that stupid clip of Rogan and his douchebag guest, and they were like, well, you know what? They had these cool parties, and like, yeah, okay, there were girls around, but a lot of them were at least 18. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. That's the shit we're talking about. That's the, oh, these girls being around in this high profile, wealthy, elite world. And these girls are being used and abused. This is the first time I'm hearing the Wayfair thing. It was really big during COVID. I remember during COVID, which also a lot of conspiracy theories proliferated during COVID. People were just really losing their minds, didn't have anything to do other than go down these rabbit holes on the internet. So that was a big one. It was huge during Pizzagate, Adrenochrome era in 2018, 2019. So I think the origin of the Wayfair conspiracy appears to have been a tweet from a random user in June 2020. It didn't get much attention at the time, but once it was posted to the Reddit community r/conspiracy, it took on a new life. The theory combines two facts: that furniture was sometimes very expensive, and it often shared names with children who had gone missing, or at least that was the claim. The idea of elite pedophiles using coded messages to arrange child sex trafficking is older than 2020. That was Pizzagate, that emerged in 2016 after powerful Democrats had their emails leaked by WikiLeaks. The Pizzagate conspiracy eventually evolved into the QAnon conspiracy theory, which started because someone claimed to be providing information from inside the federal government with high-level security clearance. The theory hinges on the idea that Donald Trump is a savior to kids who have been trafficked by an elite cabal of sex perverts. And Trump, who's been described as Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, was going to expose the cabal while saving the kids. Yeah, still waiting on that. So anyway, I think what's really tricky right now is that we do have proof that many of the most powerful, wealthy people in this country and also globally were in regular communication with the most infamous child sex trafficker in American history, as well as, more than just in communication with him. We're participating. And so this is true, but kind of these side conspiracy theories, these really fantastical extra fictionalized versions of the truth are what people cling on to. And it also then it is very distracting, and ultimately, a lot of the people who are ignoring the real the real environment that we're talking about here that Epstein was a part of, they ignore that. They believe in the conspiracy theory, which is pushed by these really extremist right-wing allies to people like Donald Trump. I got a Subway ad as we were talking about trafficking minors. Coincidence? Well, if it were Will Nuff, he'd be like, take Subway down. And we talked about the 4chan founder being friendly with Epstein, and that this is where, a lot of these conspiracy theories popped up, started on platforms like 4chan. And it's it is to muddy the waters. It is to have people looking over there rather than all around.
Something, but either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly.
And the other thing too, with these MAGA people who are kind of QAnon adjacent, or it's not that they don't believe about all the sex trafficking, pedophile cabal shit, but they do think that Donald Trump is the whistleblower. And they do think that these other powerful people are trying to place the blame on Trump. They're trying to keep the focus on him to distract away from what they were doing and to stop him from blowing the whistle.
Question, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit.
Men over the age of 50 love to use the word epic.
And help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. A lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was P Riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September.
Elon Musk is the worst, but Kimball Musk also fucking sucks.
Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far.
I'm sorry, look at the subject of this email thread. RE, medication use higher among overweight, obese kids. So many times I look at these emails or these email threads, I'm like, what the fuck? And they really, Jeffrey Epstein was emailing constantly. He was a prolific emailer.
With Jennifer, she's great. Now again, Was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. There could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the file, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just,
I know it's a minor point, but the spelling errors and typos and all the emails are driving me crazy. Not only are we ruled by pedophiles, we're ruled by borderline illiterate pedophiles. No, but I do think that that's a point to be made, is like the fact that the FBI, the DOJ, they're like, oh, there's just no evidence. Oh, we can't investigate. Like, oh, these shadowy criminals are so brilliant that no, these people aren't. They're not criminal geniuses. This is not this is not a movie. This is not the Hollywood version of it. It's that these people were, it is not hard to connect all the dots and come up with the evidence that you need to pursue criminal charges. That this not being covert. Not genius, just rich and powerful. Exactly. And that's people always want to pretend that we're dealing with these super geniuses, that, it's also the lie of meritocracy and the lie of them being geniuses. It's like, you can be a fucking moron when you're rich and powerful, and when all your buddies are rich and powerful. Something I haven't seen brought up is how many of these emails seem to occur so casually, as if conversations were taking place in multiple places. I wonder what other conversations have been recorded that we haven't seen. Yeah, I think Donald Trump, being a person who doesn't use email, that's one thing that's like provided him cover. But I have no doubt that if audio recordings were released the way that Donald Trump would he would be saying is so vile, and also par for the course with how Donald Trump has sounded on previous audio recordings of him.
Incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a long.
This is how dumb he was. One of the bad things to teach children is
arithmetic was supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be taught, but writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think.
Yeah, well, bro, you can't speak either.
That was.
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
Is he comparing? Is he in the interview comparing Jeffrey Epstein to Jesus, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle?
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tonight? I don't want to get that.
But at least his written record.
Right.
One last thing.
Sure.
So yeah, this implies writing is in fact important. Him going, you don't need to teach children how to write because Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato, they just expressed and other people wrote.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, the interviewer is
To
Steve
your
Fannin.
house.
Yeah, great. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good buddies. Good buddies. He said writing's basically a mental block on the mind for intelligent people. Well, that would signify that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligent person, and he was not.
Longevity expert, and actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's gonna come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too.
This is not about y'all. Y'all. This is not about dyslexia. Okay, this is not about learning disabilities, please. This is looking at all these emails, seeing how they were just practically bragging, you know, their inflated egos, how fucking stupid a lot of them sound. And how this is not some evil genius operation that they were running here. Okay. Yeah. I am trying to essentially make the point that I think people believe by virtue of being wealthy and powerful and being connected with other wealthy, powerful people, that it makes you a brilliant person, that these crimes simply can't be investigated or found out because they were just too smart with it. And they weren't. They're just rich.
And there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second.
Age,
because
thank you for the tier 1. Maple Takes, thank you for the 19 months. Canifa, thank you for the gifted.
Later, Peter responded to this, but Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France?
God, just huffing
no,
each other's
No, it's my island
farts.
in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James.
Oh, you're
beautiful.
so cool.
Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of.
Yeah, Peter Attia, who's trying to be like, look, it was a lapse in judgment. Here's his tweet that he put out. The following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients too. You've put your trust, your credibility, and your hard work into what we've built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize I did not get this out sooner, but I want to be thorough. The purpose of the DOJ releasing these documents is clear: to identify individuals who participated in criminal activity, enabled it, or witnessed it. I'm not in any of those categories, and there's no evidence to the contrary. To be clear, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions with Epstein had nothing to do with his sexual abuse or exploitation of anyone. I just thought the guy was really cool. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at his sex parties. The fact that he's calling them sex parties, first of all. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public, and that's on me. I accept that reality and the humiliation that comes with it. I want to start by directly addressing the email thread that I've been asked about the most. In June 2015, I sent Epstein an email with the subject line, "Got a fresh shipment." The email contained a photograph of bottles of metformin, a medication I just received from the pharmacy for my own use. The subject line referred to the pictures of the bottles of medication. He replied with the words, "Me too," and attached a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. Reading that exchange now is very embarrassing, and I will not defend it. I'm ashamed of myself for everything about this. And at the time, I understood this exchange as juvenile, not a reference to anything dark or harmful. Yeah, although he was a convicted sex offender. He was a registered sex offender, but it's just jokes, you know? It's just two buddies cracking jokes. At that point in my career, I had little exposure to prominent people, and that level of access was novel to me. Everything about him seemed excessive and exclusive, including the fact that he lived in the largest home in all of Manhattan, owned a Boeing 727, and hosted parties with the most powerful and prominent leaders in business and politics. I treated that access as something to be quiet about rather than discuss freely with others. One line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those social and professional circles. The idea that you don't talk about who you meet, the dinners you attend, and the power and influence of the people in those settings. Duh. What I wrote in that email reads terribly, and I own that. Good night, Mr. Sonic Jen. I met Epstein in 2014 through a prominent female healthcare leader while I was raising funds for scientific research. I'm a good guy, you guys. I was raising funds. Don't forget about that. At that time, he was widely known in academic and philanthropic circles as a funder of science and moved openly among credible institutions and public figures. So one thing that I note, not just in this, but with others, is essentially what they're saying is they're like, everyone else was hanging around him. Why am I getting shit? And also this idea that when other powerful figures and institutions lend credence to a pedophile and sex offender like Jeffrey Epstein, then it makes it okay. Like, it's totally fine, right? This is how things work. This is just how it goes. Look, all these other institutions and public figures, they were all hanging around him. So it's like, it's fine. It's okay. I met Epstein, or between summer 2014 and spring 2019, I met with him on approximately 7 or 8 occasions at his New York City home regarding research studies and to meet others he introduced me to. I never visited his island or ranch. I never flew in any of his planes. When I was at his home, I was either meeting with, probably because you just didn't get the invite. It was either meeting with him directly, meeting with small groups of scientists, doctors, or business leaders. And again, this was all part of the PR. So, what's her name, who we talked about, that publicist, and others like Bannon, who were like, oh, no, we're gonna fix things here because we're gonna schedule, we're gonna set up meetings with big scientists and doctors and members of academia and really prominent people in these serious fields. So that will help you to be seen as, who cares about being a sex offender, but as someone who is not just connected to everyone, but is like being taken seriously by these serious people. In retrospect, the presence and credibility of such venerable people in different orbits led me to make assumptions about him that clouded my judgment in ways it shouldn't have. I was not his doctor, though several times I answered general medical questions and recommended other providers to him. Shortly after we met, I asked him directly about his 2008 conviction. He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. So it was fine. In 2018, I came to learn that was grossly minimized. More on this below. I was incredibly naive to believe him. I mistook his social acceptance in the eyes of the credible people I saw him with for acceptability. And that was a serious error in my judgment. To be clear, I never witnessed illegal behavior and never saw anyone who appeared underage in his presence. Yeah, whether it's Barry Weiss, Peter Attia, Bill Gates, any of these people, they keep saying the same things. Lapse in judgment, a lot of like really noteworthy, respectable people were around Jeffrey Epstein when I knew about his conviction, but I thought it was just a prostitution related charge, that he didn't know that she was 14 years old. Like, it's okay. How was I supposed to know? Seems like nobody knew. Nobody knew. In November 2018, I read the Miami Herald investigative article. I was repulsed by what I learned, nauseated. It marked a clear and irreversible line between what I knew before and what I understood afterward. At that point, I told him directly he needed to accept responsibility for what he did. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Oh, sure. You told Jeffrey Epstein he needed to accept responsibility. Wow, I so believe you. Hoping to provide the victims from the Herald piece with support, I contacted a residential trauma facility to understand what funding comprehensive care for many victims would require. Those communications were between me and the facility and were therefore not part of the document release. I spoke with him and shared that information, insisted that he fund their care, beginning with residential treatment and followed by lifelong therapy. Or potentially this is more reputational, fixing of reputational harm. This is more of advice to a pedophile and a sex trafficker on how to do damage control. Because remember, the Herald piece came out in 2018, and then 2019 was when he was actually arrested on federal charges of sex trafficking. In hindsight, even attempting to facilitate accountability was a mistake, and once again reflected just how naive I was at the time. I'm just a naive small boy. Once the full scope of his actions was clear, disengagement should have been the only appropriate response. My intent does not change that, and I regret not drawing that boundary immediately. Nothing in this letter is meant to minimize the harm suffered by the young women Epstein abused. Oh, thank you for finally mentioning. Yeah, thank you for finally mentioning the victims. Their trauma is permanent. I'm not asking for a pass from you. I'm not asking anyone to ignore the emails or pretend they aren't ugly. They simply are. The man I am today, roughly 10 years later, would not write them. I love this idea, too, of like, that's not the person I was when these people were like full-ass adults. Full-ass, middle-aged plus adults. But that's not me anymore. Whatever growth I've had over the past decade does not erase the emails I wrote then. I recognize that my actions and words have consequences for the people I care deeply about, including all of you. I regret the cost this has placed on you, and I take responsibility. I won't ask anyone to defend me or explain this on my behalf. If you have questions or concerns, I'll address them directly with you, my team. Yeah, also, did y'all know that there's this crazy story? Everyone makes mistakes. There is this story about Peter Attia, wife and child. Yeah, so his wife was giving birth. This is so fucking... Oh, Coffee's about to mention it. Okay, never mind. These dudes want us to treat grown men as children and children as full adults. Bingo. Yeah. They're like, I was just a naive 43-year-old boy. Or I guess Peter Attia is now 52. Just like Anthony Weiner was only 51, you sick fuck.
There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town.
Anthony Weiner was only 51 years old. Just a wee wiener of a baby.
When I'm back in 2 weeks, I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, "Are you on island?" Jeffrey Epstein says, "P Beach," probably Palm Beach. And he says, "What do you do when you get there?" Jeffrey Epstein, guess.
First they
Peter
came
Attia,
for the
besides
51-year-olds. Exactly.
I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is
Fratello
barely
Rosa,
code
thank you
at
for the
this
17
point.
months.
What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI is like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties, and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at.
I'm accusing
now, I
all
want
of
to
them.
address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I think that response I think that I are now. He claims that his Godfrey, it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his Godfrey shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction, because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges in 2018. I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe
Julie
it's
K. Brown.
this one by Julia
Shout
K.
out.
Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual.
Yeah, wait, I thought he went up to him and said, you need to take accountability. You have to take responsibility for what you've done.
Just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0.
This making me think that photo was of a girl and not an adult
I don't
woman.
know. Maybe this whole you gotta provide therapy to these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it, but it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest.
Yes.
But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see,
This
which
is
just
so
in my
fucking
mind
insane.
is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah.
Lapse
I
in
regret it.
judgment.
I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it.
It tracks that Peter Attia and Brian Johnson are two people who have popped up in the Epstein docs because they're both obsessed with longevity. And it feels like it's these creepy ass dudes who are so obsessed with living forever, with immortality. He was known as the longevity influencer. These rich, creepy men who are obsessed with youth. It tracks. Same with Elon. Oh yeah. I mean, this is a whole thing in the in the wealthy tech world. These billionaires who are obsessed with birth rates, they're pronatalism, and also with youth, with immortality. These longevity guys, real freaks. They think of themselves as gods. Aubrey de Grey, another longevity scientist, has been accused of sexual assault and sexual harassment before, and David Sinclair has been caught falsifying data. These longevity guys are all sus. Yeah. If I meet a guy and he's like, oh, just, you know, I think I'm going to find the key to immortality. I'm working on longevity. I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm staying the fuck away from you.
I picked it up.
I know what kind of guy you are.
Because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he kind of, it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. You know, he's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe.
Yeah. Okay. A couple other details. His son was 1 month old. His son had just been born. Okay. So not only is his wife post birth, okay, with all of the mental and physical toll that takes. His son was 1 month old and he stopped breathing. He was rushed to the ICU. He flatlined. His child was almost died. His baby. And he goes, I stayed in New York because I was focusing on important work. Wait till you find out what the important work is. And I'm sure you already know because we've been talking about Jeffrey Epstein for almost 4 hours.
I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says
Hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, my important work in New York that I missed my son almost dying and didn't go back. His son was in the ICU, y'all, for 4 days. 4 days. And his wife was begging him to come home. She's like, our 1 month old baby is in the ICU. He flatlined. He is on death's door. He is so little that when you are that little, for your body to go through something like that it's the chances of his son dying were very high. It is psychopathic, unhinged, freak ass shit, nastiest of works. Nastiest. All for Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, I saw you, DW, I saw you say that Barry Weiss tried to fight CBS for this piece of shit to keep his job. Oh, yeah. Barry Weiss, her and her wife, Nellie Bowles, also connected here.
11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein?
Your child is dying.
I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket.
Baby, your baby.
There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy. But that is just, there's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see, I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird?
I don't know why his wife is still with him. Jill Atia is his wife. Jill, leave this man. Leave this man. I know he's the father of your children. He clearly didn't give a fuck about your baby dying because he wanted to hang out with his buddy, Jeffrey Epstein. Leave him. Yeah, she's still with him. They met at college while attending Stanford University, so they've been together a long time.
Like that's the simping that I'm talking about.
Like I'm not kidding you. If this were me and Will, I wouldn't just leave Will. I would commit murder. I would commit violent murder. Oh, I wouldn't leave him. He would leave this earth. He would leave this planet.
These people
and I would be justified.
That's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing?
Starts playing.
Protecting him.
He had it coming.
Missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell us. So, I mean, what is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents, and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when. But I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on. And there's all this kind of coded language.
Imagine being Peter Attia's child, and you fully know that your father did not come back to be with you while you were dying as a baby and to be with your mom because he was hanging with his good buddy Jeffrey Epstein.
Which in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we, come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Or way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say?
Referring to
Woody
himself
Allen,
in third
are you
person?
kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, no evidence.
What is this weird ass role play?
Come on. I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit
Hogan,
of
thank you for the
evidence.
gift to coffee,
I mean, guys,
Bella.
like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy. He says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
Just joking
That's
about
nothing.
being pedophiles.
We don't even want to question.
They're just joking about being
these
pedophiles.
People. There's no investigations going on. So, yeah, it's honestly really
bros,
sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences.
Bros
but a few
joking
people
with
are
bros
resigning,
about being
thank
pedophiles.
goodness. A few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. We admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. All of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on to the extent they found out later. A lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around. right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and
that's
PR
what I keep
people,
saying.
even lawmakers.
When someone was like, do you think there's going to be another Jeffrey Epstein after this? There's Jeffrey Epstein's right now. There's the accomplices of Jeffrey Epstein walking around. And what's so crazy is like this whole trying to pretend that no one knew. No one had any idea. Oh, it was all happening in places that we were not privy to. Every single time, though, that a wealthy and powerful man turns out to be a notorious, prolific abuser, it's always that, yeah, it was an open secret. Oh, yeah, people, he had that reputation. This is never a, what? Harvey Weinstein was a monster? Sean Combs was a monster? Gerard Depardieu was a like all these men? No, it's always like, yeah, no, there were reports for decades. Yeah, no, that was the reputation that they had. But no one could do anything about it because he was very powerful. Jimmy Savile. Yeah. And now what? We're just supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein, the most notorious pedophile sex trafficker in American history, with all these emails that, yeah, aren't necessarily, well, because they've redacted a lot of important information, necessarily concrete evidence of these other people's other people around him being accomplices, being criminally implicated. But first of all, they definitely have evidence. They definitely have enough to do these investigations, and they're not doing it. But second of all, like, I'm sorry, it's bullshit. It's bullshit to say no one knew. Oh, what? All these people around openly joking about Jeffrey Epstein being a pedophile, talking about the girls, But no one had any idea.
They circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous...
See, I have the opposite. I'm saying the opposite here. And I know he's doing this for like legal purposes, okay? He's doing this for legal purposes, trying to be... just a neutral, independent, objective journalist here.
This means, and I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted?
Well,
Any
look,
chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that. It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Turning now to media.
The fact that Laura Ingraham was like, well, it looks not great. Looks a little bit more than, just partying, okay? It's not a crime to party. It's not a crime to be friends with a pedophile, all right? Someone, hold on. I wanted to read this. The pessimist in me thinks that people will only be more covert about this kind of stuff moving forward rather than not doing it in the first place. No, because they're seeing there's no consequences. No, because power protects. Power protects. The DOJ is like, we're all looking for the guys who did this, you know? But unfortunately, there's nothing for us to look into. So the pessimist in me is actually like, oh no, this will keep happening as it does. The status quo will be maintained because there are no consequences. If anything, they'd be more brazen because they won't face punishment. Tony Hawk allegedly had one of his weddings on Epstein's island, and the poster added Tony Hawk and said, "At Tony Hawk, what's up with this?" I don't know if this is true. Hold on a sec. Wait. Tony Hawk. I just hold on a second. And one thing I want to say, obviously, it's okay. It's important to note that with this massive drop of files, with a lot that we know, but we still don't know because they haven't even released everything because they're redacting important information. There are a lot of things floating around the internet that are not either actually part of the file drop. It's just like straight up fake. I'm not saying that about Tony Hawk, but this is something like, I don't think that this is verifiable as far as it like actually being in the files, you know? And this is all part of the psychology of exhaustion. And I think what can happen when people then are like, they think this to be true and then it's not true. And then this other thing that they didn't think to be true is true. And then it exhausts them. It overwhelms them. They can't even believe that, you know, they distrust the news, but they also distrust their own ability to know what is true. So just be careful of people saying anything right now, people posting anything right now. It's stuff that will take off too if it mentions a famous person's name. So this is not me saying Tony Hawk is innocent. It's me just saying we do have to we should be aware that this is what is happening, that it's also part of the plan to like distract and overwhelm people. And okay. This is additional potential victim for case New York. Importance, normal, special agent, blah, blah, blah. I'm a threat intake examiner at the FBI National Threat Operations Center unit where we receive information from the public regarding criminal activity and threats to national security. The following information is being forwarded with your situational awareness and any action deemed appropriate. At 7:54 a.m. Eastern Time, blank, date of birth, blank, telephone number, blank, account address, blank, call the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report allegation of being a victim of human trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein. Blank, is reporting that she's being human trafficking. It started when she was 5 years old, when she was taken from an apartment she was living in and cut in the throat. At 7 years old, she moved to Fresno, California, was taken again when she was 12 to 13. During that time, blank reported she was a virgin when she was taken, brought to Paris to do it in the most romantic place in the world, was raped by 3 men. The men were part of an organization that would take naked photos of young girls, and blank photo where she flew to Ireland for politicians and notable men. They would have sex with young women. She was taken from Ireland, brought to Jeffrey Epstein Island when she was 13 years old. Blank reported that she was there when Prince Edward was there, when Tony Hawk got married on the island. Blank said the only way to get off the island was to take the naked photos or pose. That is why there were so many photos. Reported that she was there when Prince Edward was there and when Tony Hawk got married on the island. It seems like the island being potentially Ireland, though. Blank said in one of the group photos that she's the girl in the white tank top, white purse, and is holding a water bottle. Reports and she had photos she can prove that she was on the island, will provide them if necessary. Blank said she has reported to multiple FBI offices before, would get her information and kick her out. Blank is currently in Germany and is seeking asylum. The other thing that's so awful about this is because, and this is part of the DOJ's strategy here, but because a lot of what's in the files is not corroborated, has not been investigated, because a lot of it is just whatever tips and info came into the FBI and they just dumped all of it. And so one purpose of that is for people then to believe that like nothing in the files is corroborated, that nothing either that it hasn't been investigated because it can't be investigated because it's false. We keep saying it, but it's flooding the zone over and over and over again, muddying the waters, making things confusing. If everyone's guilty, then no one is. If everyone's guilty, then no one is. But it's also true that there were a lot of people in Epstein's world, and there are different tiers of how involved they were. But the kind of larger world being people who did look the other way, who weren't bothered by the fact that Epstein was a registered sex offender and pedophile, that those who knew him before the 2005 arrest and investigation were around him when there were young girls. You know, I'm repeating a lot of what we've already said, but yeah, it. Also, you can see, if you Google like Tony Hawk Ireland wedding, he and his wife got married in County Limerick, Ireland. I did more digging. He's been married 4 times. The third time was in 2006 and it was in Fiji. Yeah. So again, I'm not willing to like outright say that any person mentioned in the Epstein files is totally innocent, blah, 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 blah. But just kind of trying to emphasize that a lot of people who maybe mentioned, well, first of all, even like Ken Klippenstein was mentioned because of his work, because it was shit that like Epstein had tabs on journalists. He was keeping tabs on people like Julie K. Brown. Julie K. Brown is mentioned because Julie K. Brown was responsible for the major Miami Herald investigation in 2018. So it's not just that like everyone in the files is, you know, every name that comes up is complicit, but also those who are mentioned. I don't know. It's just, there's a lot. This is why they dropped everything at one time. This is why they included everything in the files too, because they basically want the internet to go crazy over it, but in a way that is actually to the benefit of to the benefit of the powerful figures who are complicit here. Some of the names are just subjects of conversation. Oof. All right. Isn't Obama in them, but it's people talking bad about him? Yeah. Jon Stewart got mentioned. Yeah. So just be careful not to think like every person who's been mentioned is guilty, because again, then what that turns into are the detractors going, look at this moral panic. Oh, so everyone in here is a pedophile. Do you know how absurd you sound? Do you know, like, that's ridiculous. And then it obscures it obscures the truth here, and it obscures the it's a distraction. Would you cover the sheer amount of racism in all the emails, including Chomsky doing race real? Yeah, there's like weird ass Jewish supremacy. There's like emails about not having any black girls, but they use the N-word. Just really gross supremacist shit. Okay. Let's talk about something else. Oof. Talked about that for a while today. Yeah, like when they're talking about wanting white Russian girls and yeah. Ugh. Okay. I want to talk about this story that has been breaking over the last couple of days, and it has to do with Savannah Guthrie. It's a really horrifying story. Sorry to be like, hey, we're going to switch to something else, but it's also really horrifying. Savannah Guthrie, who of course is well known for being a broadcast journalist. She was the main co-anchor of NBC News morning show. So she's been a staple in American morning show culture for a long time. And she was about to... TMZ talked about the ransom notes before they were verified. Was wild. Yeah, TMZ is trying to do anything but talk about Harvey Levin. She was about to fly for the Olympics. Does that make sense? Winter Olympics? Yeah. She was about to fly to cover the Winter Olympics, and then she got a call that her mom was missing. And her mom is in her 80s. She is she is not, she's mentally astute, according to Savannah Guthrie. So she does not have dementia, something that would have caused her to wander off, but she is physically impaired. Like, she requires medication, and she does not have her medication, and she's gone. And it appeared to be, just even from initial looking at the home, it appeared to be a crime scene, and now it's like turned into a kidnapping investigation.
Chanel is
okay,
in for
so
Savannah once again,
let's
who
look at
remains
what's
with her
happening
family
here
in Arizona.
Good
yeah,
morning. And
Savannah and her siblings just released a video to the public.
Where we begin this morning, the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's mother, and a beloved part of our Today family. Authorities in Arizona now saying the 84-year-old appears to be the victim of an abduction.
Overnight, Savannah posting this image on Instagram. Please pray. She went on to write, we believe in prayer. We believe in voices raised in unison, in love, in hope. We believe in goodness. We believe in humanity. Above all, we believe in him.
She added, thank you for lifting your prayers with ours for our beloved mom, our dearest Nancy, a woman of deep conviction, a good and faithful servant. Raise your prayers with us and believe with us that she will be lifted by them in this very moment. She goes on to say, we need you. Bring her home.
Oh, we have several reports this morning. We'll start with NBC's Liz Coyce. She has made her way to Tucson. She is following the investigation for us. Liz, good morning to you.
This lady is stupid, saying the files are fake without an investigation. Hey, you'd be perfect for Trump's admin. Oh my God. You've got it so wrong. Please refer back to the 4 hours just today that I have done in covering this. I think I'm that lady, by the way. I think this lady is me. It was that they probably tuned in at the end and read it as me saying, "Hey guys, nothing in the files is real. Let's just move on." Let's just move on. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about. This is kind of boring. Been there, done that. I swear to God, chatters have a skill for saying shit the second I get up to make food. Oh. Okay. Well, you got me.
Hi, Craig. Hi, Chanel. Good morning to both of you. Our hearts are with Savannah and her family right now, and there are still so many more questions than answers as the search for Nancy Guthrie goes on nearly 48 hours now. While the sheriff tells us they have received many tips from the public and community, he says they still don't have a solid lead.
This morning, authorities are urgently asking the public for help with any tips related to the disappearance of Savannah's mother, Nancy Guthrie. As the massive search continues for the 84-year-old.
I think she was abducted.
The Pima County Sheriff saying yesterday that Guthrie was taken from her home.
When you're taken from your bed and you don't want to go somewhere, that's an abduction.
The Sheriff's Department now saying he meant that figuratively and did not mean that she was literally taken from her bed.
Oh my
but
God,
according
this
to the
guy
office,
seems like a
investigators
fucking
do believe Guthrie
dumbass.
was, quote, taken from the home against her will, which could include, quote, possible kidnapping or abduction. Overnight, the sheriff also reporting possible DNA evidence found at the crime scene.
It does not
We
seem like
took some
they're
samples that we hope
operating
will
with
have
their
enough
best.
profile of a DNA profile that gives us some identification as to what we're looking at.
Police say Nancy Guthrie was last seen Saturday night when family members dropped her off at home where she lives alone around 9:45 p.m. The next morning, a church friend called family concerned she didn't attend Sunday service after spending nearly an hour searching the home and property.
It's Arizona,
her
so
children
that might
called
actually be their
911 around
best.
noon on Sunday. Police say Nancy Guthrie's cell phone and car were left behind, adding that she has limited mobility and needs to take medication daily or it could be fatal.
Oh, that's so cute.
Over the years, Savannah's mother has been a frequent guest on the Today Show, the two often sharing cherished memories and opening up about their special bond.
My mom and I feel like we really click as friends, too. It's just amazing what she brought
this story is
to my
just
life.
so...
Savannah posting overnight
It's
asking
really
for
horrifying.
prayers. Authorities
It's really
not
sad.
speculating on potential motives, saying their focus is on trying to track down the beloved mother and grandmother before it's too late.
It is a risk.
And it's one of those that, like, I remember seeing, I think I saw a tweet or something, and it was Savannah Guthrie's mom missing. And then suddenly within the next 24 hours, it was like, holy shit, this is a really scary situation. Like, this is really intense.
This time, and that I hope that window hasn't closed.
And the sheriff indicated that it could be several more days until they're able to get any kind of conclusive information from those DNA samples taken from the crime scene. We also asked the sheriff about the potential possibility that Nancy Guthrie could...
It's sad that Trump's getting in on this crap. I know Trump was like, I talked to Savannah Guthrie. I offered her federal assistance, blah, blah, blah.
Have been targeted because of her connection to Savannah. He said that while they're not ruling anything out, that is not a main focus of their investigation. Craig?
Liz Court starting us off there in Tucson. Liz, thank you. NBC's Tom Winter covers crime and security, joins us now here in the studio. So, Tom, I mean, it's alarming that she was taken against her will.
Kash Patel is like, hey, I have a really great track record here. Let me get involved.
Her home.
Let me handle this.
Where do investigators start with something like that?
You know, certainly the fact that we now have what they've called an abduction is obviously very concerning to them. There is a process to doing this. There's a methodology to doing this. The FBI is now involved. I know we'll talk about that. They are getting some evidence, but they are pleading for the public's help. Somebody knows something about this. Somebody knows, saw something, had maybe heard something. Obviously, the person or persons that did this know about it. And so I think today there's two things. There's the investigation, but there's also the Nancy Guthrie, the humanity side of this. And if it were my family, and I'm sure the Guthries feel the same way, they say, you know what? focus on, and I would say focus on Nancy. Get her to the hospital, get her to a fire station, get her somewhere where she can get some help.
Okay, a new report has emerged in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Journalist Ashley Banfield, a former CNN, MSNBC, and News Nation host, stated on her Drop Dead Serious podcast, that Savannah's brother-in-law is a prime suspect in the case. She reported that investigators are focusing on the husband of Nancy Guthrie's other daughter, Annie. There's some connection to Annie Guthrie's car and Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. That would be Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni. Yeah, I'm taking this with a grain of salt. My law enforcement source tells me that Tommaso Cioni is the prime suspect in this case. So that's where that's coming from. Because on Saturday night, Nancy had dinner with Annie and Tommaso Cioni. And her son-in-law dropped her off at her Tucson home where she lived alone. That's when the 84-year-old was last seen. So I think the thinking here, but again, this is one source, and it's a former News Nation. It's a former News Nation host who now has a podcast called Drop Dead Serious. It's a true crime podcast. Because he was the last to see. He was the last to see Annie Guthrie as he dropped her off at home.
Help, because she may not have the time that investigators do or whoever did this has.
You know, we've been talking about the fact that there were items like, you know, her cell phone, car left behind. You know, what does that tell us? And also the terrain of the neighborhood. How does that impact this?
Is it crazy to suggest the government might have made her disappear? I would say yes, because the government is disappearing people, but they're not Annie Guthrie. You know, they're disappearing like Palestinians, protesters in this country. I don't know why the government would have disappeared Annie Guthrie, unless Annie Guthrie, we find out, was like Antifa. we find out that Annie Guthrie have some Antifa ties. I'm sorry, this is not a. I don't want to make light of this situation. I just can't. No, I don't think that would be it. But possibly what makes the most sense here is it could have been a family thing. Random kidnappings like this are just not that common. So it could have been a family thing, or it could have been someone just targeting Savannah Guthrie, who is famous. She's very well known. She's very wealthy.
Yeah, so clearly this wasn't a robbery, and this was somebody who was, they tried to abduct this person, they get them out of the house in the middle of the night, it appears, and so because of the neighborhood, it's not...
I thought she was a journalist. Savannah Guthrie is. She was the host of the morning show. But her mom was kidnapped. Her mom is just an 84-year-old, she's an old lady. Or not the morning show, NBC News morning show today. Sorry, morning show is the show on Apple TV.
Packed. It's within Tucson, but we're not talking about house next to house next to house. So because of the vegetation, because of the terrain, because of the way the layout of the neighborhood, according to the sheriff's office, so far they have not had a lot of luck in getting video. We were talking about yesterday morning, hopefully a neighbor would have a video of a car leaving or somebody in the area. That hasn't been too fruitful so far. So that's proving to be a real challenge.
You mentioned the FBI a few moments ago, Tom. What kind of expertise can the FBI bring to a case like this, and other agencies as well?
Yeah, sure. And it's not just the FBI, but the FBI does have a lot of experience on these types of kidnapping investigations. They bring some technological resources that can be very helpful in terms of finding the person. So as far as cell phone location technology, the work they can do with that is incredible. We've seen that be used just in the last several months in a number of high-profile cases. They have the ability to analyze images. They can review purchases. They can try to find out if anybody bought anything that they think that somebody might have been used in this crime. So they have some unique resources. They're also a national and international organization, so they have that reach as well.
Particularly for people in this area, in her area, how much can the public help at this time?
I think it's very clear from the sheriff's office that they need the public's help, and I think they're going to be critical. Somebody somewhere saw something. Somebody's heard about something. And you know what? It's not just people in Tucson. You could be in New York, North Dakota, California. Maybe you're on Reddit. I mean, we saw in the Brown University case, somebody posted incredible details about what they saw at Brown University, and it was posted on Reddit. So if you see something, make that phone call to police, because they're really hoping for that clue or that thing that they can't find. They don't have infinite resources and infinite manpower, so they're asking for the public's help that way.
That's a good point. I didn't think of the digital aspect of it.
The digital aspect of that is huge.
I mean, don't listen to Reddit, but also Reddit is the reason that the Brown University shooter was found. But yeah, we don't want to, it's a not wanting to encourage Redditors, but also that the FBI has been reliant on Reddit posts, on Reddit detectives.
They're not the only police department in the country that's paying attention to that, and that's another example of where the FBI can help.
Reddit can find anything and nothing at the same time.
Hopefully they'll be able to clue in on Savannah's mom's home and try to figure out if anybody has been there from a cell phone location standpoint, those type of digital details that they could get as well.
All right. That's good. Tom, thank you. Of course, we'll be checking.
Okay, let's look at Savannah. Here's Savannah and her siblings.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her. And
was there an abduction note? So that was what TMZ reported, even though, so TMZ claimed that they received what appeared to be a ransom note demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin, but it was unverified. It was sent via email. TMZ sent it off to the authorities, but yeah, TMZ reported that they were sent that.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon.
Oh, this is a nightmare.
She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human. Just normal human people who need our
It is a worst nightmare scenario.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home.
Y'all, we are not going to do body language analysis. We are not going to do conspiratorial thinking here. Okay, this is, oof. Our brains are cooked.
We miss you.
our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
It's so fucked. Again, the ransom note was what TMZ reported. It's unverified. They claim it was sent to them via an email asking for like millions in Bitcoin.
Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing. And we rejoice in advance for the
cannot
day
imagine how
that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
I can't imagine how fucking awful this is, that not only is their 84-year-old mother gone, seemingly taken from the house, kidnapped, but that there doesn't seem to be any information so far. And also that on top of it, you know how the internet works. You know how weirdos out there will just decide to make shit up in this moment. People who want to be the first to like claim something is the case. Just spreading fake information, theories, etc. You know, this like what it is to is that every single time when something like this happens, and this is horrifying, it is so it's just a really devastating situation. There's this immediate response from the public where they need to know what happened. They need to like know the answers. Obviously, you think the family doesn't feel that way, but what that results in is a quick firestorm of falsehoods, of just bullshit. And that's the true crime culture. That's the brain rot. That's the desire to have the answers, to like know all the pieces of the story here, that super, you know, that trumps the ability to just kind of be normal, to just like react in a normal way. It is an odd case. Of course, their 84-year-old mother is gone, but normal people would see this story and go, this is awful. I hope their mother is safe. I hope they find out soon what happened. I will tune in for updates. I'll be following along with the story. Not normal people, true crime, brain broken people are already jumping to conclusions, citing unverified conspiracy theories as facts, needing to like this just desire to have the full story here, to have the full true crime podcast episode here, just makes people behave in bad ways. Conspiracy theories have always come to me from a place of creating entertainment from tragedies. And there's always, yes, there is that element of like, ooh, what's the story here? Ooh, what's the true crime podcast episode here? My mom loves true crime. When she actually got in a situation where cops' incompetence affected her, she couldn't believe it. She's like, wait a second. The cops are incompetent? The cops suck? I only consume true crime from people like Big Boss Boast. She doesn't sensationalize. It's very professional. Yeah, I like Boast. It's a morbid curiosity, but it is. If you have a morbid curiosity, you keep that inside. Okay, that's internal. That's the inside thoughts. All right, that doesn't need to be something that then you jump into the fray and you potentially muddy, you muddy the investigation here. You actually can serve as You can be part of the problem. Just show some fucking discipline. I know. But it seems like, oh God, it just seems like so many people are incapable of that. And it's like they also look for they look for the sensationalism. They look for the any theorizing here. And they just can't react in a normal way. Obviously this is a jarring story, and that was why I mentioned it on stream. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really a horrifying situation, and it's developing still. But at the same time, to serve as a reminder to people to please be normal, and that fake information, misinformation flies around like the speed of light these days, and immediately. And people just eat that shit up. They just have no ability nor desire to hold on a moment, and they'll just consume whatever they see. And it's like this this podcaster who's the one who's like, I have a police contact, and the brother-in-law's or the son-in-law's being investigated. Ashley Banfield, former News Nation reporter, shared unverified information on her podcast, Drop Dead Serious. Banfield claims that there was more than one camera at Nancy's home that was smashed, presumably by whoever's responsible for her disappearance. She also said the cameras at the home were made by the Nest Company. She wanted to say that her law enforcement source told her that Annie's car has been seized by authorities. She went on to say that her source claimed that there was some connection between the car and Annie's husband, that he might be the prime suspect in the case. Careful with her words. Banfield said that the family is always vetted in cases such as these. These are just musings and not evidence. But somebody like this, she does that to protect herself, but she knows that the people who are consuming her, consuming her episode on this, that doesn't mean anything to them. That's not stunning new twist. Savannah's sister's car seized, cameras smashed, Nancy Guthrie missing update, 1.8 million views. Because that's the thing, is like, if I were to cut a video from this, it's not as interesting, right? It's not as much entertainment. It's not as good of a story. So that's why these true crime content creators like an Ashley Banfield, they gotta put in the twists and turns. They have to make the story even when there's nothing verified. And they'll use this language of, I have, my source in law enforcement, but obviously this is not verified. It's not evidence, but this is what my source is telling me. Yeah. Sprinkling in the drama, spicing it up. Yeah. Because that's what gets the views. That's what gets almost 2 million views. Welcome to my podcast, Drop Dead Serious. I'm Ashley Banfield. I know a thing or two about true crime, ... I've been reporting on it for 36 years. DNA found at home as disappearance of... Yeah, so I guess it's also when there's just not a lot of reports, when there's not a lot of information, then people just will desperately seek out anything. How close is this area to where the geologist Daniel Robinson went missing in 2021? I believe everything was left behind. His family's still looking. Same police department. His dad, David Robinson, is running for Congress. Not trying to insinuate they're related, but apparently the police are severely incompetent there. Oh, I fully believe that. We saw just that one brief clip of, who was it, the sheriff? I fully believe in the incompetence of that police department. I don't know. I don't know the story of Daniel Robinson, so I don't know how close it was. Oh wait, I do know the story. I do know the disappearance of Daniel Robinson. Yeah, he disappeared. He was leaving a job site in Buckeye, Arizona, and was reported missing later that day. And then his Jeep was found about a month after his disappearance and 4 miles from where he was last seen. But there's been no evidence of his fate or nothing about his whereabouts. Ay, ay, ay. "36 years old, so it's a..." Okay, well, watch it with the old lady. Okay, hello. Okay. It's... No, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing, but whoa, the old... Hello. I'd believe that the sheriff did it before I'd believe that the sheriff would solve it. Many such cases. God, I can't get over that chatter being like, wow, so you're just dismissing the Epstein files? You are perfect for a role in the Trump administration. It's always people like that who I go, whoa, hold on. We're not on different sides here. When people come in and like mistakenly think I'm a right winger because they only listen to like the tail end of me saying something and interpret it in their mind as me being like these right wingers who are all saying, who cares about Epstein? Let's move on. Don't believe any of this stuff. Yeah, maybe I'm more Carolyn than I thought. Sheriffs are often unhinged because they get to their position by winning election, not skill and promotion. Yeah, like Joe in Eddington. Wait, what? Why am I here and subbed if you're not right wing? I'm anything that you think I am. I am anything you think I am. Okay, let's talk briefly about Billie Eilish and Finneas. my tweet about Epstein. Yeah, let's move on. That's really read between the lines of my tweet here, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying these. Who cares about the files? They're all fake. Move on. Okay. Oh shit. I needed that. Finneas defends Billie Eilish amid online backlash. Okay. Okay. So here's what's happening. Billie Eilish, like a lot of celebrities at the Grammys, brought a very fuck ice vibe to the party. And specifically, Billie, when she was on stage after having won a Grammy, she was there with her brother and she said, you know, no human being is illegal on stolen land, which is a phrase that people use a lot. It's very like Instagram story coded. Anyway, the right is coming after Billie because she's a very prominent celebrity and she is using her platform as well as her brother is doing to say fuck ICE, to take a strong political stance against ICE. And she has also used her platform for speaking out about other issues. Okay. So that's why they're coming after her. The stolen landline sent the hogs into a frenzy. Yeah. They think that they have some great gotcha here now. And a bunch of losers like this piece of shit from Britain, Ben Leo, investigative journalist, are showing up to Billie Eilish's home. They are stalking her. They are harassing her. They're like, hey, Billie, if no one's illegal on stolen land, then surely you'll let me into your house, right? Why don't you let me in, Billie? She triggered the stupidest people. This is the kind of shit that must go so hard if you are super smooth-brained. If there ain't nothing happening up there, this must really hit. This must just be like heroin. Yeah, he's a far right British, calls himself an investigative journalist. He's just another one of these fucking losers. He's like Drew Pavlo, who is fundraising. He did a GoFundMe to go to Los Angeles and try to get into Billie Eilish's home. It's really these loser ass men who they don't even live here. You don't even go here. Drew Pavlo from Australia, Ben Leo coming over from the UK. It is an extra layer of loser behavior. How far they are traveling to do this dumb shit and be like, look at what a gotcha we've got here. International stalking. Yeah. So here's this just.
Let us in, please, Billie. We are here because this is stolen land, Billie, and we think we should be given access to your quite lovely $3 million mansion.
I'm sorry, when you're a white British guy, and you're doing this shit, you are only proving the point that white Brits really fucking suck. Okay. And I know that there's some good ones. But the kind of attitudes towards white Brits is only proved when you have people like Ben Leo.
Hello, Ben Leo from The Late Show Live on GB News. Do you remember when Billie Eilish said this at the Grammys?
The irony of a white Brit coming to illegally occupied stolen land. Yeah, it's something that they know.
No one is
very
illegal
well.
on stolen land. Nice is all I want to say. Sorry.
Well, Billie reckons there's no such thing as an illegal human because we're all on stolen land. So we're here in Billie's quite posh neighborhood in Los Angeles. Let's go and see if she practiced what she preaches.
Okay, I know Billie Eilish is very rich, and I know she lives in a $3 million home, but I will say it's very funny for this to be the look at her posh neighborhood, and it's a line of trash cans and like a shitty fence back here. You know? Wow. Billie Eilish, so posh. A $3 million home is literally Hassan's house at this point. Yeah, a $3 million home, the average cost of a home in like West Hollywood.
Hopefully, if she sticks by her merits, she'll have no problem with me.
Also, this Humpty Dumpty ass music. Oh, here we go.
Singing, maybe making a cup of coffee or a tea. $3 million home. She's got some paddocks out the back with stables and horses. Hey, we can go.
It really is. I don't need to watch the rest of this, but it really, this must hit so hard when you have rocks for brains. It must just, this must be cinema. It must be just something you can't stop watching. You've sent to every single one of your 0 friends. You've sent it to your mom who's like, remember, I hate you. I wish I had aborted you. Okay, I said it's a good thing she has a secured home to protect against you loser-ass stalker freaks. Yeah, to be like, wow, look at Billie's secured home. As I stand outside ringing the doorbell going, let me in. Let's have a cup of tea. Why won't you let me in to have a cup of tea, Billie, if no one's illegal on stolen land? You know what? You are, though, okay? I've changed my mind on the concept, on there not being such a thing as illegal human beings. Ben Leo is. He's the one. He's the one. He should not exist. It's a crime. His existence is a crime. The Dumbo music is appropriate because the content is completely brain dead. Yeah. So tired of these dipshits. Billie can actually afford to sell the house and move in. If she does that, what are they going to... It's, you know what it is? It's just the latest thing that these right-wing culture war dipshits have sunk their teeth into. They're like, oh my God, this is going to be content for days. content for days. Indigenous checking in. I support him being the one illegal human. It is actually a crime that Ben Leo exists in this world. But if you go, I mean, here, I'll show you. Just for example, Google Billie Eilish. Native tribe gives a brutal wake-up call to Billie Eilish. Rubin report. This was Kayla Says video, who's great, but this was from a week ago. Billie Eilish savagely exposed by Native American landowners. Also using the word savagely. It just... Okay. Billie Eilish faces eviction from LA mansion, 30 days to return stolen land. Billie Eilish attacks public after Grammys ratings disaster over stolen land and ICE comments. Things just got worse for Billie Eilish in this shocking twist. Hilarious backfire. Kevin O'Leary, Billie Eilish stolen land comment backfires. That's right. Thank you, Josh Safdie. Thank you, Josh Safdie, for casting Kevin O'Leary in a film that has been nominated for a bunch of awards. And we're going to have to see Kevin O'Leary's stupid, shiny fuckface this award season. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so Kevin O'Leary as well, chiming in, making content about Billie Eilish. Native tribe whose land Billie Eilish's mansion sits on speaks out. Megyn Kelly, 500,000 views. It's every time, because here's how, first of all, like pop culture commentators on the left, there's not a ton. They focus usually on just kind of more things happening in politics, like kind of straight politics. Like they'll obviously the intersection of culture and politics, but you just don't have leftists who make content out of stuff like this. They might remark on it, maybe a tweet, maybe a mention here and there, but this is what the right fucking loves. They eat this shit up. They make tons and tons of content about it because also, guess what? They don't have to talk about Epstein then. They don't have to talk about these other big things happening in politics, in culture, when they can just make 10 videos about Billie Eilish, when it's like, oh, this is an easy dunk to them with their audience, especially against women. Yeah, of course. Billie Eilish, who's a queer woman, perfect. The exact type of person, and a celebrity, the exact type of person that they just love to make the stupidest, most reactionary videos on. And their audience will eat it up. And it is a distraction from what the conservative party is doing, from what powerful right-wing politicians are doing. They just distract people. They dangle the little culture war topic over here and distract people. Okay, so Finneas has been he's been speaking out some more, and he said, seeing a lot of very powerful old white men outraged about what my 24-year-old sister said during her acceptance speech. We can literally see your names in the Epstein files. Did he lie? I don't think so. No lies detected. I love to see Finneas coming out shooting like this. He posted, what else did he post? He's posted a couple things in the wake of the Grammys and all the shit that Billie has been getting. Oh, yes. He responded to this USA Today piece. Opinion, Bad Bunny and Billie Eilish, you are famous because of your talents as musicians, not because of your idiotic views on politics and President Trump. Finneas said, you just can't do both. You cannot say it doesn't matter what musicians or celebrities say or think, but then talk about it for days. You're out here making it matter. I'll keep speaking up, especially if it keeps bothering you. Yep. The concept of celebrities not being, not supposed to be speaking out because they're musicians, famous artists, actors, etc. But it's only when they are challenging the administration. It's only when they are condemning what the Trump administration is doing. And it's like, oh, no. You silence, you look at these idiotic views. But then it's like these are the same people who think Kid Rock is great. They're like, oh, yeah. Now that's somebody who knows what's up. The shut up and sing. Yeah. Sure, shut up and dribble, yeah. So who can talk about politics? Here's who can talk about politics. The right wing can talk about politics. Anyone who is pro-ICE, people who are pro-ICE, people who are pro-Trump, those are the people. Yeah, MAGA can talk about politics and no one else. Yeah, Nicki Minaj can talk about politics. Nicki Minaj can talk about politics. Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll can talk politics by saying that he's not going to talk politics. Only talk about the politics in the way that I like. That's what it is. So anyway, I'm standing with Billie Eilish. Okay, I'm standing with Billie Eilish. I'm standing with Finneas. Aren't political commentators self-appointed? What's stopping her from self-appointing as a political commentator? Yeah, it's silly. It's stupid. It's like what Megyn Kelly and Dave Rubin, people who are so desperate for celebrity status, who are essentially right-wing influencers, they can talk about politics because they call themselves commentators. Do you know what's funny? I'm a commentator and I get told that I can't talk about politics. I get told that I shouldn't talk about politics, that I have nothing worthwhile. I'm just a stupid, dumb bitch whore. So it's not even a matter of if you are primarily, like a musician or an actor or performer, that's your job. It's, again, if you ain't MAGA, then you ain't talking about politics. Why would Will say that? I know. It's so awful. Can you believe this is what I have to deal with? Speaking of Kid Rock. Now that's a guy who I want to hear about politics from.
30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift of gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times.
I'm sorry, but this woman always kills me. Her trying to dance to this song. Her trying to dance to this song, I guess, we're calling it.
They want to see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at.
My personal version of hell is I am stuck in a room and it is there are speakers surrounding me and it just plays this over and over again. And there's nowhere for me to run. There's no escape. There's nothing I can do.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump.
Yeah, it's like, how do you look around as a MAGA, as a Trumper, and not see that everything involved with your movement, everything involved with the world of MAGA is so trashy? Like, you guys have the trash, but you're cool with that because you're trash. You love it. You love it. Yeah, this is peak. This is as good as it gets. Trashy is their aesthetic. This is so bad. I'm sorry. I can't listen to anymore. That was 1:15 too long. Absolute garbage music. Just absolute trash. Bro is rapping over himself. You know, Kid Rock must be so grateful to MAGA and Donald Trump for giving him his second coming. For giving him a stage. He must be eternally grateful. He's like, yeah, I like Kid Rock. He knows he's trash. Okay. He knows he ain't. He knows he ain't serious. But at least he's got his stage. Did you see a song about underage girls from 2001? They're all pedophiles. Yeah. You know, every day I'm like, my idea about throwing all these men onto an island and they have to prove their way out. They all start in jail and then they have to prove that they can be let out every day. I'm like, this idea seems even more enticing. Only Kid Rock can make a Metallica song even shittier. Yeah, you would almost think it's a skill. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I think I got all the Finneas comments. Okay. What else have I? Oh, more to cover, but you know what I want to watch?
Their own study.
Do I want to watch this? I kind of want something. I want a fun react. Dave Portnoy. Here's a fun react. Let's laugh at Dave Portnoy running. He might be the worst athlete.
I did it again. Wasn't even close.
Did what again? Why is he running like a grandma? Why is he so clunky?
Easy money. Easy money. I was working. Easy money.
He immediately pulls a hamstring or something. Wow, he's so proud of himself. Caroline, did you hear about Scream 7 integrating AI so people can be in the movie themselves? Fuck Scream 7. Fuck that movie. Fuck them. Yeah, we will not be supporting. Okay, I would like to react. I would like something fun. I feel like we don't have fun reacts anymore. There's nothing fun. And I would like to react to something fun. Okay. What is this? Let's see. The history of slipping on banana peels. Yes, I did see Kristen Stewart purchase the Highland Theater. She's so fucking cool.
This thing becoming
This
available
is amazing.
was shocking.
It's a
because
good
I was
video?
just
Okay.
really
We will
percolating on the
watch.
idea of going to the movies, not dying. I'm from the Valley and I moved to Los Feliz. I have like the Los Feliz
love
3 in the
this. I'm
Vista, but this
obsessed.
was not my drippy little kind of dingy small theater experience, but it was a lot of my friends. And I think the street is filled with incredible like stores and bars and like little hangs, but I think these bars are like filled with people complaining that they're not working on movies right now.
Oh my God,
And
you
so,
can't.
I don't know,
Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. When I said I want fun reacts, I didn't mean for y'all. Oh my God. I just meant for me. Oh my God.
I think everything kind of came to a head and made me realize that this was something that was worth biting off and really like seeing if we could chew, even though it is a large bite, and that we're gonna need help in a huge, massive collective, whatever. But like the building means to me that there's like something of our original grandeur that we kind of aspire to here in Hollywood, but from a place of integrity and like ambition that I think that we need so badly. And so I was like, let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. It's an opportunity to make a space to gather and scheme and dream together. This project is about creating a new school and restructuring our processes, finding a better way forward. We want to make it a family affair, something for the community. I love her. She's amazing. She's so freaking cool. She's so freaking cool. This video, every time I'm obsessed.
So I got brunch with my friend Lizzie and
Every
had a few
fucking
drinks.
time.
Then I met
I
up with
love
Devlin
this
and we kayaked
guy.
the Chicago River. It was actually pretty dope. Priscilla had never been to the Field Museum, so we had to check it out. Then we headed to El Paraiso for some drinks
Every
and
time.
vibes. The tacos were scrumptious. We also got a margarita tower, so yeah. After that, I had to take my 4Runner to the shop to get a new transmission. Then I came home and just chilled a little before going to see Bill Maher at the Chicago Theater. He absolutely crushed. After the show, I met up with Lindsay Jacobellis and her sister Malmo for tequila shots and yet another Marg Tower. It was so much fun. Then we went to Rhine for their stuffed pineapple, which was absolutely to die for. And their snow
That's how you know that none of this is real.
crab was pretty good too. Here's at Brow Brow in Tomlin Square with Jake Ben and Jordan. My friends are the craziest. More drinks.
Going
Then we
to
went
Bill
to
Maher and
Rosemary
he
for small
crushed.
bites, and somehow we ended up going to Medieval Times. I don't know. The rest of the night was kind of a blur. Woke up Saturday and took
This
lunch
is
for a
you
walk.
that week
We
when you were
found
watching
cicada
70
skin, and I
movies to
tried
catch
get
up
him
for
to
award
eat it,
season.
but he didn't.
Yeah.
Another guru, then a much
This is me when the news is a lot and I'm reading a million things, but I confuse it as I'm doing so many things, and then I'm like, holy
needed
shit.
pork chop from the Golden Nugget. Rosie invited me to go to the
And it's
Museum
just
of
being
Ice
on
Cream,
Twitter
which was
too much.
actually pretty dope. She's so precious. Then we got hungry, so I made pesto aioli to put on some Italian ogies. After a couple
Oh,
rounds
that
of
was
Zathura,
so
we went to
good.
the world's largest Starbucks, then met up with Kenzie and Marvin at the Museum of Ice Cream, which was actually pretty dope. Got a Marg Tower, then I had a dessert date with Kara at the Museum of Ice Cream, and then we got hungry, so we grabbed a bite at Wendell's. Me and Jira had reservations at Heidsieck for their Alpana, and then got Londo at Tanta, which I highly recommend. It was pretty wiped, so then I just chilled for a few. Met up with my girlfriend Darla at Legoland, then caught a rooftop movie with her friend KP, and stopped at Target on the way to
You know what? This is what life would be like with socialism.
Bo for drinks. Then stopped at Target before going to Cafe Menu on the East Loop for Georgina's 45th. I got the number 6, which includes pizza, salad, stir fry, and pasta, which I highly recommend. Tyler had an acoustic set at the Plunge Hole, so I stopped by that and then went to Ben's performance at a dope garage in Roscoe Village. Then it was time for dinner at D'Angelo's, where you have to get the cheeseburger egg rolls and hummus and tacos. I got us a pair of Mark Towers that I told
This
on
is
one
what
in
we would
Lincoln
be
Park,
doing
and then
if
had a beautiful
Kamala
drive
won,
home. Spent the
yeah.
night teaching guitar online and then watched Trumbo
If
for
Kamala
like the
won,
billionth
we'd be
time.
doing
Woke up
all
on Sunday
this.
and hit TJ's in Pilsen with Allison Peckler. My wife and husband thought it'd be a good day for a hike, so we did that. After that, I ranked every girl I know on a scale of 1 to 10 and wrote apology letters to the sub-4s. Yet another Mark Tower. Went on a hike with Aaron, then Friendsgiving at Lena's condo, and we played some VR and made hot dogs and saw a comedy show and made some of my famous aioli. And I guess that was my weekend.
And yet another Mark Tower. Did you see what they did for Catherine O'Hara at the Westminster Dog Show? I 1000% did. I 1000% did. And it's so cute. They did a tribute to Catherine O'Hara while showing the Norwich Terrier at the Westminster Dog Show. God loves a terrier. Oh, a true legend, timeless talent, and icon.
advocates for the arrest of anyone seen carelessly throwing a banana peel on the ground. This has clearly happened many, many times that just went unreported in the papers. The uptick we see in the 1880s is substantial. There are sprains and broken bones all over the country as far west as Deadwood, South Dakota, but none of them compare to Incident 16. May 17th, 1888, Galveston, Texas. Will Willis is in his upstairs bedroom when he's awakened by a noise downstairs.
Will Willis?
Fearing it's an intruder, he grabs his pistol, heads down the stairs, slips on a banana peel that's been left on one of those stairs, loses his balance, accidentally pulls the trigger, and fatally shoots himself in the head.
No
I believe this to be
way.
the first banana peel-related death in American history.
Okay, that is like
There will be many
1,000
more.
crazy ways to die.
Incident 19, Wheeling, West Virginia,
What?
July of 1889.
No shot, literally shot. Literally, yes, shot.
Richard Mann is walking down the street when he slips on a banana peel and breaks his right arm. Incident 20, Wheeling, West Virginia, August of 1889. Weeks later, that very same Richard Mann is walking down that very same street when he slips on a banana peel and breaks that very same
as long as
arm.
no one saw it, it
Mr.
doesn't
Mann's
count.
awful luck contributes to an overall tally that has really ramped up, as we can see
Yes,
by looking
this
at the...
is why gun ownership is dangerous for the owners. Okay, because you could slip on a banana peel, do one of these, whoa, for like 5 minutes straight, and then finally you fall forward, somehow grab your gun and shoot yourself. You know what? I bet we would get, we could probably get banana control before gun control. Yeah, guns don't kill people, bananas kill people.
Aggressive total. A problem has exacerbated that.
That reminds me of
only
Will
15
calling
years
Austin
ago
the slip and fall
did not
guy.
exist.
Yeah, Jimmy slip and fall.
And yet, this will be nothing compared to what we see in the
In another life, Austin Show is a personal injuries lawyer.
1890s. These disasters continue to take new and more terrifying
slip and
forms.
show.
Incident 24, October 1st, 1890, Richmond, Indiana. In what appears to be the first banana peel slip that results in the loss of a limb, Mr. Sharon Jones is walking alongside a railroad track when he slips and falls on a banana peel. A passing train runs over his arm, necessitating its amputation. Incident 31, Uniontown, Pennsylvania, September 1892. Railroad employee Charles Gardner slips on a banana peel and, for reasons unknown, believes someone intended to injure him. He accuses nearby man Robert Williams of dropping the banana peel there on purpose. Williams pulls out a gun and shoots him dead.
What?
Incident 32, Atlanta, Georgia, February of 1893. A woman
Okay, I do feel like that's one of those, if someone throws a banana peel and you do slip on it, they win. They gotcha. They gotcha. That's how it works in video games. It's like GG's.
is suing the city of
Yes.
Atlanta after sustaining serious injuries from slipping on a banana peel.
They
This
were
is
shooting
out of
people for-
control.
well, yeah.
There are now 32 reported incidents, and using the loosest of estimates, I'm supposing that for every banana peel injury that's made the papers, there are about 100 that have not, which
Yeah,
would imply
it's Mario
about
Kart and you
3,000 serious
lost.
injuries nationwide. All because of littering. The Carbondale Daily News, in search of an insult so searing that it could burn right through the page and into the heart of an anonymous would-be litterer, settles on the phrase, malignant idiot. Not bad. In our time, banana peels are most closely associated with Mario Kart. You're most likely to draw a banana if you're in first place, implying it's perhaps the weakest item, but as any seasoned player knows, the banana peel is as capable as a red shell of ruining your day. Incident 39, October of 1893, Beloit, Ohio. Inventor William Saunders intends to drive his prize invention, the steam road wagon, which we today would call a car, to the World's Fair in Chicago. He loads up some of his other inventions, climbs in and gets going, but doesn't get far until one of the wheels hits a banana peel and slides into a ditch, breaking all of said inventions. When a Cleveland newspaper writes up the incident and makes a little bit of fun of him, Saunders replies, "Tell me who wrote that so I can destroy them. If no one tells me, I will go up to Cleveland and destroy you all." The journalist who wrote it resigns in terror. Within this decade, 7 Americans will be killed by banana.
Okay. Rule of thumb. If you slip on a banana peel, you don't get to be mad when people have a little guffaw, a little chuckle. When a journalist reports that in the newspaper and it's like the cart slipped on a banana peel and fell into a ditch. Like, I'm sorry.
peels, but where many of us see catastrophe, some of us see a business opportunity.
A little churro,
Incidents 41
perhaps.
through 43, Boston, Mass. Mary Freeman and her daughters, Jenny and Fanny, are important innovators in the burgeoning slip and fall scam industry in that they seem to have been the first to utilize the banana
Bananas
peel.
did nothing
The Freeman
wrong.
women went after big, rich, easy targets, aka railroad companies. So this is the way it usually works and the way they probably did it. One of them discreetly drops a banana peel on a train platform and casually walks off, then a few moments later, another one of them theatrically slips and falls on it. The key, though, is that they have perfected an ability to pretend they've sustained permanent waist-down paralysis when they're examined by doctors. They run this scam 3 times in Boston. The first 2 go great.
Wow.
The third time, Fanny is ready to fake paralysis again when it turns out the doctor assigned to
Some
examine her
entrepreneurial
is the same
divas.
doctor who examined her last time. Whoops. Suddenly and miraculously cured, Fanny jumps up and runs away. Wow. That guy's a really good doctor.
She's like, I don't know. It just
The decade of the
happened again.
1900s will see more banana peel injuries than any other decade before or since.
It was probably
Before we
God.
examine Incident 72, a brief personal story. In 2000, many years before my banana peel encounter in 2018, I was 17 years old. My friends and I headed out from Louisville to somewhere in Kentucky off I-64, probably near
I'm
Simpsonville,
healed.
to help out with some landscaping work. It was there where I walked across a yard littered with various lawn care implements and, completely by accident, stepped on the teeth of a garden rake. The handle of the rake sprang up and hit me square in the face. Even at this young age, I appreciated the magnitude of this. It was something I'd only ever seen in cartoons. Much like slipping and falling on a banana peel, it had never even occurred to me that this would ever happen in real life. And yet it did. To me. This was the first of
When
2
life
signature
imitates
oafish
art,
acts
and
required
when
for me
art
to
imitates
achieve
life.
high oafhood. I must acknowledge, unfortunately, that since I did not fall after slipping on that banana peel 18 years later, it fell short of a full oafish act, and to this day, I remain a mere minor oaf, a title from which I will never graduate until I actually do slip and fall on a future banana peel, fall down a well, sit on a chair that breaks when I sit on it, walk into an open manhole, roll down a hill pell-mell into a briar patch, fall off a turnip truck, or wear underwear with hearts on them while my pants fall down. Until that day, I will never be John Goodwin of Indianapolis, who in August of 1900 slips and falls on a banana peel 1 year after falling down a well.
No!
He did it. He is a high oaf. Perhaps one of the greatest oafs ever seen.
Do you ever just think to yourself, what is wrong with me? Why am I this person? Yeah, Mr. Magoo shit. Why am I falling down wells and slipping on banana peels? What am I doing? What is this?
It's in 1905 when we encounter
What is this
the
video called? The
difficult-to-believe
History of
saga
Slipping
of
on
a man
Banana
named
Peels.
William Lytle of San Francisco. Incident 99, March 14th, corner of Van Ness and Geary. Lytle slips on a banana peel, falls, and breaks his wrist. He remarks that he actually doesn't mind this so much because it gives him some time off from work he otherwise wouldn't have taken. Interestingly, he's not the only banana peel victim who said this. Sometimes, in their own way, they can do you a favor. Incident 100, 2 weeks later on Market Street, Lytle slips on another banana peel and takes an even worse fall, breaking his shoulder and knocking him unconscious. When he returns to work, his co-workers mock him for somehow allowing this to happen to him twice. Incident 102, 2 months later, while walking through the office, he slips on a third banana peel and re-breaks that same shoulder. And while nobody admits to it, he's fully convinced that someone dropped it there to taunt him. Incident 103, 2 weeks later, Lytle is getting ready for bed in the room he has...
They're like, oh yeah, that's the guy who slips on banana peels. Imagine that you're that guy in the office. You're the guy who slips on banana peels. He's like, someone set me up. I've been set
rented
up.
on Post Street. He turns out the
No,
light, walks
there's no
across
way.
the room, and slips
No.
and falls on a banana peel.
No!
Lytle pulls himself to his feet, takes another couple of steps, and Incident 104 slips and falls on another banana peel. He turns on the light to find several banana peels lying all across the floor. He's adamant that he did not put them there, and concludes that someone, for some reason, must have thrown them through the small open window above his door.
It goes all the way to the
Understandably,
top.
Lytle immediately moves out of that room and into a new place on Fillmore. He's carrying his things up the
No
steps
way.
when
No way.
Incident 105
No.
he slips and falls on a banana peel. In addition to his pre-existing injuries, he's now hurt so badly that he has to spend a couple of weeks in bed. At this point, there's no way he can tell anyone about this, except for his fiancée, who lives on Golden Gate Avenue. He trusts her to believe him. At this point, she does not.
He's like, I can't tell anyone because they won't believe this banana peel conspiracy theory. And also, it is embarrassing how many banana peels I've slipped on at this point.
There's an argument. They have a falling out. Lytle blows off steam of the night on the town. Incident 106, he slips and falls on a banana peel on Powell Street and breaks his arm. Months later, it would seem that Lytle is still partying pretty hard.
How is
on
this?
April 18th,
How?
1906, he's up until 5 in the morning playing cards on O'Farrell Street. This is where he finds himself when San Francisco is rocked by the historic and devastating 1906 earthquake. Bricks are falling from the building all over the place, but Lytle and his friends escape unharmed and take refuge in Golden Gate Park. The next day, Lytle manages to take a long detour around the city's ruins to reach his place on Fillmore and save a few of his things. Then, while carrying an armload of stuff, still manages to navigate the hilly terrain on his way back. Finally, he reaches the park, at which point, Incident 116, he slips and falls on a banana peel and breaks his leg. Around 5 or 6 weeks later, his leg is still in pretty bad shape, but he's able to get around with a cane to survey damage across the city.
This man escaped bricks falling from buildings because of an earthquake and then slipped on another banana peel. You know, it's deserved at this point.
He's at the corner of Van Ness and Geary, near where he used to live, when Incident 119, his cane slips on a banana peel and he falls down. Now, if you were having trouble believing any of this, you're about to have a lot more trouble. Reportedly, his ex-fiancée happens to be nearby, sees him fall, guesses that maybe he wasn't lying about all that stuff after all, and reunites with him.
No
They plan to get married
way.
December 19th in Columbus, Ohio. While
No.
walking up the aisle during the ceremony, Incident 128, he slips and falls on a banana peel. Lytle and his fiancée both conclude that he's cursed and that it would be bad news for her to marry into this cruel fate, and they call things off.
No!
That is 10 alleged banana peel slips and falls suffered by one.
That is the craziest story I've ever heard. That is so crazy. Was it her? Was it her? Now I'm like a conspiracy theorist around Lyle's many banana peel slips. Was it her? Did she not want to marry him, but she didn't want to break up? Or like, it goes all the way to the top? Was it the long con? Was she gaslight gatekeep girl bossing? Was she the one tossing the banana peels? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Is she Kaiser Soze? How did the banana peel end up there on his when he was walking down the aisle for his wedding? Before no fault divorce, we had to get creative. Oh my God. It's so true. It's so true. She's like, I really don't want to marry this guy. So I'm going to set up this elaborate scheme. They weren't married yet, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe she felt like she couldn't break up with him. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how many of them to believe. About half of them
It's
appear
the
to be
perfect
corroborated
crime.
by eyewitnesses, and this was no small-time rag that printed this.
Maybe she was actually, okay. Maybe she was actually trying to kill him. And she's like, great, I'll just put, I'll put a banana peel down, he'll slip on it, he'll die. And he kept slipping on them, but he kept not dying. So she kept having to try to get him to slip on a banana peel again. And every time it's like he'd break his leg, he'd break his arm, but still not dead. Finally, she just takes out a gun and shoots him. She's like, that was so much
It
easier.
was originally published by the Chicago Tribune and then reprinted by the Washington Post. As such, I made the somewhat difficult
an
decision to
episode of
go
Mom.
ahead and
Yeah.
include them in the official tally. I mean, hey, sometimes you just gotta fill up a page with a story, as we'll see with Incident 110, one of many banana peel incidents that occurred nationwide between Lytle's first slip and his last. Ionia, Michigan, November 1905. Apparently, banana peel slips are now such a commonplace fixture in American life that in this story roundup, a slip receives third billing behind a wagon of hay drove through town and some guy stood around for a while. Sensational. But no human being on earth is more matter-of-fact than Hugh Sheridan of Wilmington, Delaware. Incident 123, August 6th, 1906, 4th and Market. Sheridan is running to catch a streetcar when he slips on a banana peel and
Newspapers really
falls.
did used to print anything.
His foot falls under the wheels of the car. Onlookers are probably screaming in terror, but
We used to have real journalism in this country. We used to have real goddamn journalism.
Sheridan calmly gets up, dusts himself off, walks over to the sidewalk, takes off his shoe, and gives it a little bit of a shake until his big toe falls out. Hey, alright, that's by far the best toe. He puts his toe in his pocket and stands around until the ambulance arrives. Let's now go back to the big board. With the odds all wrapped up, we have totaled 142 newsworthy banana peel incidents.
That is
Stopped being an urban or
crazy.
regional thing a long time ago. Wherever there are Americans, there will be banana terror. 1910. Although unfortunately we cannot identify the specifics of any one particular incident, we have to stop here and acknowledge all the scams run by a woman named Anna Strula,
Okay.
nicknamed Banana Anna. She was
Okay,
one of the
Banana
greatest
Anna.
scammers of all time, and within her specific genre, she was the Michael Jordan of banana peel fraud, and just like Jordan, Banana Anna commanded the most respect and admiration from her adversaries. Years later, the insurance adjuster who finally caught her in 1910 wrote a feature in which he described her as, quote, one of the
I feel like they could have gone with also banana, you know? Banana.
cleverest fraud artists who ever operated. He even secretly shadowed her for a while before apprehending her, just so he could witness her craft. Remember the
Wow.
Freeman
He
women of
was
Boston?
like,
They were
"She's
running
an artist."
amateur hour shticks compared to this. Although Anna seems to have operated primarily in New York City, she went all over and maintained homes in several different cities so she could list claims from a variety of different addresses. And although she worked with a partner, she threw out the conventional playbook that called for the partner to drop the banana peel. Instead, her partner would find a station worker and tell him, "Hey, I almost slipped on a banana peel. Somebody should clean the floors around here." The worker would walk around in search of a peel, but wouldn't find one. 5 minutes later, Anna would drop a banana out of her dress, slip on it expertly, and scream in pain, at which point her partner would help her up and assist in making a big show of it. He'd point to the banana. "See? I told you there was a banana." So now the station worker feels guilty, which makes him an easy mark. The partner goes around collecting contact.
Oh my God, I'm obviously going to pull this trick on Will. I'm going to drop a banana out of my sleeve, pretend to slip on it and be like, "Oh my God, why did you put that banana there?"
Info from the many witnesses, and Anna seals the deal by showing off her terrible wound. She had this old leg wound that she could
Savannah
expertly
banana.
prepare beforehand, supplementing it with a deep bruise or a fresh cut to make it look like a new injury. And that right there is the dedication that made her the greatest of all time. Eventually, of course, she ran out of luck. Banana Anna made the papers nationwide, which I suspect partially motivated the creation of a national register that recorded claims all over the country. And although many try to follow in her footsteps, the heyday of slip and fall scammers was over.
Ain't no
Incident
one
151,
was
February
Banana
1912, Sedalia, Missouri. Local high school student William Waddell is walking around town when he slips and falls on a banana peel. He's in good health. A single fall to the ground shouldn't be that much of a problem. Trouble is, young William, for what I'm sure are very good reasons, is carrying a small capsule of dynamite in his pocket. He falls on the dynamite explodes, Waddell's leg is seriously injured, and he loses a finger.
Yeah, you know, just a casual cap of dynamite. You know, you go to school, you make sure that you have your math books and your little bit of dynamite.
Rodman Law is a famous stuntman who lives his life in defiance of death. He shoots himself out of cannons, but he's probably best known as a climber and a jumper.
You
He
could do that in
routinely jumps off the
1912.
roofs of 20-story
Yeah.
tall New York skyscrapers and lands with his parachute. To be honest, I didn't even know that parachutes would work from that shallow of a distance, but they do. Every
For
single
his
time.
Looney Tunes
Rodman Law walks
audition.
away without a scratch. Incident 172, Rodman Law is walking around when he slips on a banana peel and breaks his ankle. By the end of the 1910s, banana peels have presented a serious public health issue for 30 years. 80 fractures, 9 lost body parts, 15 deaths. The banana peel's preferred targets are the arm and the leg, but it also attacks the head, face, hip, shoulder, ribs, even organs. Nothing is safe. Back in 1889, the New York Telegram proclaimed that, quote, "The banana peel has wrought more damage to life and limb than all the dynamite explosions that have shocked Great Britain."
Imagine, imagine that there's like an assassin who starts taking out these old ass politicians by just throwing banana peels in their path.
That probably sounded overdramatic at the time, but it's hard to argue now. Let me return once again to my rough estimate that for every banana peel slip reported, there are about 100 that are not. This is based on nothing more than a wild guess on my part, but it's a point to start from, and it suggests about 20,000 banana peel injuries. Since a death from a banana peel slip is pretty likely to make the
Oh
news,
my
our
God.
count of 15 fatalities is probably fairly accurate, but we are probably looking at, for example, 8,000 broken bones. Given the state of medicine around the turn of the century, fractures were much more dire and might even permanently compromise one's ability to use that body part. Yes, the banana peel is dealing out pain and hardship in abundance nationwide. It's a banana peel. It's an improv prop. It's nothing. In the public imagination, it belongs in the same category as the whoopee cushion. This can't be the thing that breaks your ankle, your arm, your ribs. It just can't be. But it is. During
Maybe
the
that's
Roaring '20s, there
nature's
seems to be
selection
only
weeding
one
out the
industry
weak.
in America that is not booming, the slip and fall racket. Banana Anna might have ruined it for everybody. Incident 208, January 23, 1921. In a Camden, New Jersey trolley car, Frank Smith slips and falls on a banana peel and insists on a payout, but raises eyebrows
Yeah, I
after
know.
insisting.
Some of y'all in here are now going to practice. You're going to see if you can slip on a banana peel. You're going to be like, I watched that video, the history of slipping on banana peels, and I want to see if I can do it.
They settle out of court. He's been running a slip and fall operation for 6 months, and he needs to stay under the radar. Unfortunately for him, claims records are a lot easier to look up than they used to be, and Smith is arrested. The rail industry is pretty clearly wise to these tricks by now, leading one Chicago entrepreneur to pick out smaller targets, mainly small shops. He's a true grinder, dropping banana peels at storefronts and slipping on them to win on-the-spot, out-of-court settlements that are sometimes as low as $10 a pop. Incident 225, this time though, someone saw him drop the peel and he is hauled off to jail. Let's fit in one last fun story before the Great Depression hits. Incident 226 will stay
Can't
right here in
deny the
Chicago as a little
appeal.
kid slips on a banana
Yeah.
peel and is sent to the hospital for apparently not too serious injuries. They ask for his first name, Orange.
No.
They ask for his last name, Apple.
No.
Orange Apple has slipped on a banana. Newspaper editors nationwide are
No.
the happiest they have ever been. Both within and beyond the Depression, there will still be a fair number of banana peel incidents in the 1930s, including one of the last ever fatalities, Incident 231 in Indianapolis, in which a man slipped
What? That's what caused the Great Depression.
and fell into the path of a moving freight train. Thankfully, once we get past the 30s, there will appear to be no further banana peel fatalities in America. It's in the 40s when reported incidents almost completely grind to a halt. In fact, across a 5-year stretch between
Why?
1940
Because everyone was busy with World War II.
and 1945, there are only 3 reported incidents total.
Can you imagine someone slips on a banana peel in the United States? They're like, hey, you guys, I slipped. And they're like, yeah, we're fighting a world war right now. Okay. There were, first of all, they go, hey, bananas are expensive. Okay. Everybody's pitching in. They're like, well, it's not my banana peel. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Okay. These need to be, you know what? Did you throw that peel away? Because we need that peel. Maybe bananas should have been used to, maybe they should have been used. Hitler slipped on it. Yeah, it turns out Hitler slipped on a banana peel and accidentally shot himself in the head. That's how he died.
And you might be able to guess why. German U-boats are menacing.
Or the bananas were fighting their own war. Yeah. The bananas all from 1940 to 1945. There was a decline in people slipping on banana peels because there was the banana world war happening.
Shipping lanes everywhere. They're marauding within the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf of Mexico, dissuading many companies from importing non-essential items and rendering bananas difficult to come by in the States. If you do score some, you're more inclined to make them stretch by baking them into a recipe, and a lot less inclined to simply eat one while walking down the street. Therefore, peels are ending up in kitchen garbage cans instead of on the sidewalk. When banana peel injuries finally start happening once again, they're celebrated as harbingers of peacetime. Incident
They're like, the war
269,
is
December
over.
11th, 1946, Norfolk, Virginia, corner of what was then
D-Day.
Bank and Market. Josephine Ricky slips and falls on a banana peel. The
Everyone
war
is cheering.
over. This story acknowledges
This woman slips on a banana peel and people just are crying and cheering. There's like the photograph of the sailor returning home or kissing his wife, that really famous picture, except it's this woman, Josephine Ricky, who slipped on the banana peel. The country is healing.
Points.
The
First,
world is
bananas will
healing.
be easier than ever to come by from now on. This will be counteracted, though, by nationwide initiatives to keep cities clean by installing garbage cans in massive quantities. The age of the banana peel menace is ending, but the goofs keep on rolling. Incident 272, Pittsburgh, March 16th, 1949. Edward McGilvery is in his third-story Northside home, minding his own business when he slips on a banana peel, stumbles backwards and out the window, falls 40 feet to the ground, and lands on his feet. A claim I would immediately dismiss if not for the number of eyewitnesses. He's almost completely unhurt. Doctors will check him out later, but will only find a potentially burst blood vessel in one of his legs. So imagine
Oh my God,
if
he's Spider-Man. He's literally Spider-Man.
this were you. If you were just walking around your home one instant, and the very next instant you realize you just
Oh
fall.
my God, imagine that he slipped on that banana peel, fell backward through the third-story window, 40 feet to the ground, lands on his feet. Everyone's like, oh my God, that's insane. What the fuck? He takes one step, there's another banana peel, he slips on it, dies.
40 feet and not only completely defied death, but ended up pretty much fine. And now you're just standing
you mean the
outside.
famous Peace Day photo?
What do you do next?
Yeah, they were strangers.
Maybe go to the hospital and get checked out just to make sure you're all right. Grab some eyewitnesses, go to the local paper, and recount a story of historical magnitude.
You have strangers
If
kissing
nothing
because that
else,
woman
walk
slipped on
over
the
to a
banana.
bar and get a drink while you reflect on your mortality. Well, Ed McGilvery does none of those things. After standing there for a moment, he just walks back upstairs and he goes back to doing whatever he was doing.
You're just like, well,
Mr.
all right.
McGilvery may have been the first NPC in American history. From here forward, we're going to see a gradual yet total shift.
He's like, well, I guess I'll just go back upstairs now. He returns to what he was doing, just sitting on the couch reading a book.
Eventually, you won't be able to make the news simply by slipping on a banana peel and hurting yourself. There's going to need to be a hook. For example, Incident 294, 1963, Fulton, Kentucky. It's the International Banana Festival. A reveler slips on a banana peel, falls, and breaks her wrist. Didn't see that one coming. Incident 295, 1 year later, Fulton, Kentucky. It's the International Banana Festival. The princess of the festival slips and falls on a banana peel. Didn't see that one coming.
I think the woman later
Incident
said she did not want to be
297, a
kissed.
subway
They
station, New
grabbed her.
York, New York. Val Maloney slips on a banana peel, falls, and has trouble getting up. A man sees this, rushes over, steals his watch, and runs away. A second man sees this, rushes over, tries to steal his wallet, and runs away. In June of 1984, Milwaukee Brewers pitcher Mike Caldwell
But they're
misses time
stopped by
after
banana
spraining his
peels.
ankle, although the Brewers don't appear to elaborate on how exactly he did so. Phil Pepe
Okay,
does.
why is there a heavy concentration of banana peel slips in Pennsylvania? I feel like a lot of these stories have taken place in Pennsylvania. Anyone from Pennsylvania? What's happening there?
Though Phil Pepe, the venerable baseball writer who covered the New York Yankees for decades, has sources all across the league, and he has got the scoop. Apparently, Caldwell and some of his teammates got drunk on the plane on the way to Baltimore, and upon arriving at the hotel, decided to start a drunken food fight in the lobby. Incident 302, according to Pepe, a banana peel was thrown, Caldwell slipped on it, and sprained his ankle. Incident 303, on June 9th, 1991, a man is believed to have possibly slipped on a banana peel before falling and hurting his shoulder. So what's the hook? Well, that man is Byron Scott of the Los Angeles Lakers, who are currently in the process of losing the NBA Finals. Now let's go back once again to the big board. Scott was the only reported instance of a banana peel slip in the 1990s that I could find, and Caldwell was the only reported instance of the 1980s. I couldn't believe it. I still think there are a couple of stories I just wasn't able to dig up, but I ran several different searches using many different search parameters, and aside from those two athletes, all I could come up with was an abundance of newspaper writers using a banana peel slip as a metaphorical device to describe something like a team blowing a lead or a politician committing a gaffe. By the end of the 90s, banana peel incidents have become such an astronomical rarity that things have inverted. You no longer even need a hook, you just need to slip and hurt yourself on a banana peel. Incident 305, Edwardsville, Illinois. Dorothy Williams is walking out of a Quick Trip when she slips, falls, and sustains injuries. That alone is enough to earn her a write-up in the nationally syndicated column News of the Weird, fronted with the words,
This is incredible,
"It actually
this
happens."
video.
We wait more than a decade until Incident 306.
Like, this guy has to be the premier expert on the history of banana peel slips. I can't imagine that there's many people who have looked into this.
In which we see a nod to the scammers of
thoroughly.
old. August 8th, 2013, the elevator of the Potomac Metro Station in Washington, D.C. I won't show this man's name or
This
his
is
face
real
because this
journalism,
was
yes.
relatively recent and he wasn't looking for attention, he was just looking for a little bit of money. In choosing a train station, he seems to have the right idea, and in immediately complaining to a station employee that the floor wasn't clean, he has taken a page right out of Banana Anna's book. But Anna could not have imagined a playing field as tilted as this one in which security cameras are everywhere. This man can't really work with a partner to drop it.
How many of those accidents were accompanied by this noise? I'm going to guess that this is the falling pipe noise. Oh, no. It's the cartoon character slipping. Which does make more sense than the falling pipe noise. But that one would also work. John Boy's ability to research and make charts as well. Yeah, he is a thorough researcher.
Because the partner would be caught on camera, so he has to drop it himself. Earlier in the footage, he's standing on a clean floor, so he's dead to rights the instant he performs a pretty unconvincing slip and fall. He's eventually charged with a felony, although I wasn't able to dig up how footage because the partner would be caught on camera, so he has to drop it himself. Earlier in the footage, he's standing on a clean floor, so he's dead to rights the instant he performs a pretty unconvincing slip and fall. He's eventually charged.
Oh my God, it's giving me falling over the shoes. You know what? I thought that looked pretty legit.
With a felony, although I wasn't able to dig up how his case actually turned out. I hope they went easy on him. And I also hope this doesn't give anyone the idea that these things still aren't gravely dangerous, especially in train stations.
Did they say
Incident 307
felony?
just a few months later, December 20th,
That is
2013, on the platform of
crazy.
New York City's Bowling Green station. While waiting for the 4 train, Manuel Cadiz steps to the edge of the platform to peer over and see whether a train is...
Okay. If somebody does something like pretend to slip on a banana peel and there's a video that's so goofy like that, that has to play a part in the reduction of the seriousness of the charge. Okay. That has to count.
Coming. It is. His foot catches a banana peel, and as he leans forward, he slips and falls onto the tracks, breaking his foot in the fall. Thankfully, bystanders managed to pull him out of harm's way in time. Add on one more nondescript slip and fall in 2022, and there we have it. 308 total incidents that tell many, many different kinds of stories, but collectively
Did he appeal? I see what you did there.
tell a story of triumph. If the record is any indication, it appears as though we can claim victory over the banana peel. It's not like bananas went away. We eat them as much as we ever did. So how did we do it? There have been a few contributing factors. There's the rise of the automobile, which meant less time standing on train platforms and walking down sidewalks, the preferred stalking grounds of the banana peel. There's the fact that malnutrition was a major American problem during the banana peel's heyday, with about a third of all Great War ways in which we're losing, it is just as necessary to celebrate our collective victories, no matter how small. We won.
That was so good. I'm gonna hit that subscribe button. Just want to take a moment to appreciate the fact that John says eating a banana peel near the end of this video rather than just eating a banana, presumably because by this point his research has caused him to forget the rest of the banana exists. There is no banana. The banana is a lie. It's only the peel. Petition to add walking into a screen or glass door to the oath requirements. Oh my God, walking into a glass door. Hurts like hell and is so embarrassing. That was so well made. What are his other vids? God hates a coward. Would you like to buy a mattress? The birth of the internet. Slapstick and terror on the high seas. The dumbest guy in history. Wow. That had to have required a lot of research because there's a lot of dumb guys in history. Looks like he does a lot of sports stuff. Terrell Owens' decision to play in the Super Bowl. Who had the hot? So he's got a lot of sports stuff. Shaq's beef with Pat Riley. The history of the Seattle Mariners. Oh my God, his sports videos have so many views. Just millions. Man, maybe I really should get into sports content. 1904 marathon is so good. That Seattle Mariners doc is one of the highest rated things on Letterboxd. This one, the history of the Seattle Mariners, it has 7 million views. It's almost 4 hours. He has another channel too? Let's see. This is Secret Base. We like sports. We hate secrets. Tell everyone about us. Oh my God, so many of you guys have seen this Seattle Mariners documentary.
thievery, raw eggs, rat poison, food poisoning, liquor, feral dogs, and at least 3 separate incidents
It's got
of near
everything.
death. It was the stupidest sporting event of all time. Hello. I bought you a present. Go on.
Jordan Peele
open
would
it.
sample this in a movie for sure.
Why won't you open it? Oh, right, here. I'm so sorry. I'll do it. Look, it's a board game. The 1904 St. Louis Marathon. It was very expensive. I bought it at this store. Oh, goodness, that's rude of me. I'm sorry. Would you like to play? Yeah, let's play. I guess that's the board. Some eggs, a couple of apples, a couple of bottles of brandy. Oh, here's the rule book. How to play. Yeah, what are the rules for marathons anyway? Oh, okay, you know what? Oh, hey, looks like they threw in a couple expansion decks. Lucky us. Good ideas expansion deck. Let's see. Safety, sportsmanship, proper hydration, sobriety. We're not going to need any of these. 1904 Olympics. Oh, well, yeah, let's see what these Olympics were all about. 4
I'm living
months
for you
long.
discovering John
Why
Boy's
is
secret base for
why
the
is
first time.
What?
Me too.
Oh my god. You know what? Let's not use
This is a
those. If you want to
crazy
read more
game.
about that, I'll send you some links when we're done. Cool? Alright, cool. Alright, let's bust out this board. This was the route of the 1904 Olympic Marathon. These streets still exist in suburban St. Louis today, most of them with the same names. The runners ran a few
I
laps
can attest. I went to school in St. Louis, so yep. Olive
on the track
Boulevard.
at Francis Field, then out onto Forsyth, south on Merrimack and Brentwood, west on Manchester, north on Ballas Road, east on Clayton, north on what is now Lindbergh Boulevard, east on Olive, south on North and South, and then back
What
on
school?
Forsyth
Sloop.
to cross the finish line back at Francis Field. Or at least, that was the plan. Across the entire history of the men's Olympic marathon, 1,421 runners have finished with a time they bothered to record. They're represented on this bar, ranked from best time to worst time. The champion of this 1904 marathon ranks here. Just consider how absurd that is. The guy who won this marathon was slower than 98% of the finishers of every other marathon. In fact, he was really slow.
God.
These are the finish times of every Olympic marathon champion. These days, they usually take somewhere between 2 hours, 15 minutes. Older marathons took longer, but none took nearly as long to decide as the 1904 marathon, which was
I
nearly
say this as someone who could literally never run a marathon.
a half hour longer than every other marathon on record. Now, every marathon has its share of dropouts. Usually about 75 to 80% of runners slated for a marathon actually finish it. In 1904, 41 runners were entered into the marathon. 9 didn't show up. Only 14 actually finished. That's a finish rate of just 34%. From the outset, John Lorden seemed
What
like a
happened
favorite.
at this
He won the Boston
marathon?
Marathon a year prior and was considered one of the best distance runners in the world. Well, he made it about here, and then he started vomiting profusely, and then he quit. 2 blocks. He made it 2 blocks.
I mean, I totally get that.
How is that possible? How did a Boston Marathon champion bite it after 4 laps around a track and 2 blocks of jogging? What made this race so awful?
So me.
The answer was a seemingly endless number of things, but I'll stop at 5. First off, it was really hot. I'm taking this from a paper published by Dr. Bill Roberts. He's a marathon director, and he contends that the ideal marathon temperature is 45 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit at the start of the race. Above that, dropouts and health issues increase. Dr. Roberts recommends that if the apparent temperature is 70 or warmer at the start of a marathon, you should maybe think about postponing that marathon. The temperature in St. Louis that day was recorded at 90 degrees in the shade. But along that route, there was almost no shade. In the sunlight, the temperature was probably closer to 100 or 105 degrees. That's not even taking the humidity into account, and as any Missourian will tell you, it can get humid as all hell. So clearly, they had to keep the runners hydrated. They didn't. According to most sources I'm relying on, there was only one water source, a well about 12 miles in.
Oh my
As for that well,
God.
it was a well. From the account of Charles J.P. Lucas, remember that name, by the way, the visiting athletes were not accustomed to the water, and as a consequence, many suffered from intestinal disorders. So there's one water source, and it gives you butt
Oh my God, they're like
problems.
running and
that's it.
shitting.
For the last 13 miles, you're on your own. About 19 miles in, American runner William Garcia was found lying on the side of the road, coughing up blood. If a passing car hadn't found him, he probably would have died, but not because of dehydration, at least not directly. See, Garcia wasn't running on pavement. These were mostly dirt roads that were described in at least one account as inches deep in dust. They weren't really meant for cars, but cars were driving on them anyway. They were driven by the race officials and trainers, and they didn't give the runners a lot of space. Their tires would kick up these massive clouds of dust that blinded and choked the runners. Garcia had swallowed so much dust that it effectively sanded the membrane off the inside of his stomach and caused massive hemorrhaging. He almost bled to death. And when the route wasn't covered in dust, it was full of rocks. Some parts of the course were just covered in broken, jagged stones for runners to tiptoe through in basic turn-of-the-century footwear.
Oh my God, straight up, this is the long walk.
They
This
even
is the
had
long
footwear,
walk.
which Lynn Tagnane and John Masciane didn't. These two were the first African competitors in any event in the history of the Olympic Games. They were veterans of the Second Boer War who were only in St. Louis in the first place as war reenactors. Alright, so let's back up just a little bit. The 1904 Olympics were originally awarded to Chicago. The St. Louis World's Fair was scheduled for 1903 to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of the Louisiana Purchase, but they couldn't get it together and they had to push it back to 1904. So that meant two international events in the same region at the same time. That competition for spectators was bad news for both events. After a lot of political wrangling, St. Louis effectively stole the Olympics from Chicago and reduced it to a sideshow of the World's Fair, which was itself essentially a giant celebration of imperialism and racism that is beyond the scope of this video. Among the events were reenactments of battles from the Second Boer War that were put on by 600 actual soldiers who actually fought on both sides of the actual Boer War, which seems kind of gross to me, but then again, so do most of the things I'm talking about here. Anyway, the St. Louis Olympics were stupid and the rest of the world didn't really care about them. The president of the Olympic Committee didn't even bother showing up. Only 14 countries sent any athletes to America. This marathon really needed participants, so Tagnane and Masciane signed up. They both finished. Tagnane was chased about a mile off course by a couple of wild dogs.
Oh my God!
He finished ninth. So,
this is
to
a
recap,
death marathon.
100-degree heat, near complete lack of water, suffocating dust that almost killed a man, terrible terrain, and feral dogs. Let's add one more hazard for Felix Carvajal. He was wearing street clothes.
Wild dogs.
Get ready to meet your new hero. Felix de la Caridad Carvajal y Soto was a mailman from Cuba.
Hey, you want to sign up to run the 1904 St. Louis Marathon? Yeah, you'll have to avoid the death rocks and the amount of wood particles that will destroy your stomach and almost kill you. There's no water. Also, there's going to be a pack of wild dogs that you'll have to run from.
Cuba. He had never run a marathon.
Great.
He had never run competitively.
Oh, also, it's 100 degrees out.
The Cuban Olympic Committee did not invite him, and he didn't have enough money to get himself to the Olympics. That didn't stop Carvajal, who raised money by putting on running exhibitions, which I guess is just running for tips. According to one source, he actually ran the entire 700-mile length of Cuba. After a while, he raised the money he needed, and he took a boat to New Orleans, where he promptly lost all his money in a craps game. He was broke.
It happens.
St. Louis was another 700 miles away. Some of the way he hitchhiked or stowed away on a train car, some of the way he just
all
ran.
This to run.
And when he finally showed up at Francis Field that day, he looked like, well, look how everyone else is dressed. Sleeveless shirts, shorts without belts, athletic shoes, you know, the kind of stuff you'd wear if you were about to run a 100-degree marathon. Our friend Felix here is running this thing in a baggy long-sleeve shirt, street shoes, a belt, a beret, long johns, and heavy shorts.
Oh my
and even
God.
those weren't originally shorts. Carvajal actually wore long pants on top of his long johns to the race, but another runner saw him and said, hey, nope, you're not running in these. He got some scissors and cut him off at the knees.
Oh, homie, look
I think
out.
Carvajal wore this stuff because it was all he had.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like he's wearing everything he had on his body.
I'm going to tell you this part of the story, even though I don't think it's true, for two reasons. The first being that it's hilarious, and the second being that Smithsonian's website claims that it's true, so did Marathon and Beyond magazine, so did a couple other sources I read. It can't have happened. It's too stupid. The story goes that the peaches Mr. Carvajal stole weren't enough for him and he was still hungry. At one point, he stumbled upon an apple orchard.
Sometimes
he picked
those
a couple
are the truest
apples and he
stories.
ate them. Turned out those apples were rotten. He got a stomachache, lied down, and took a nap. After a while, he got up, started running again, and finished in 4th place. To recap, a Boston Marathon champion quits this race after a few blocks. A mailman from Cuba in a beret and long johns who had never run a professional race and wasn't even invited and took a nap in the middle of the marathon.
And ate poison
finished 4th.
apples.
So there you have it. That's the stupidest story of the 1904 St. Louis Olympic Marathon.
That guy is the definition of what? Like it's hard?
I'm just kidding, it gets way stupider. Fred Lors was first off the starting line. He would later win the 1905 Boston Marathon, but this is the race he's remembered for. Without adequate water supply, lots of the runners are suffering from severe cramps, and Lors is one of them. 9 miles in, he throws in the towel, and one of the cars gives him a ride. Meanwhile, at the 16-mile mark, Thomas Hicks has built a considerable lead over the rest of the pack, but he's beginning to fall apart. He's completely dehydrated. Just behind him, his trainers are trailing him in an automobile. This is Charles J.P. Lucas, one of the trainers in the car. He wrote a book about the race that has proven to be a very valuable account. He was also a giant idiot. A little over halfway through the course, Hicks is begging Lucas for a drink of water. Lucas won't let him drink any, but he does offer to sponge out his mouth with water for some reason, and he also pours some water over him. And then he feeds him some egg white. And then he feeds him rat poison.
No!
Again from his book. And then the author was forced to administer 1/60th grain of sulfate of strychnine. Okay, everyone, I think we probably better get a smart person on the phone. Dr. Sidney McElroy is the co-host of Sawbones, a podcast about the horrors of old-timey medicine. So if there's anyone to ask about strychnine, it's probably her.
Strychnine is
And why did he just have rat poison?
Generally speaking, yes.
This is just what people did
I certainly
in
would not
1904.
prescribe strychnine to somebody. I mean, if you take too much, it'll kill you. I mean, that's the bad thing about strychnine. It's like a really super powered bad caffeine.
What does it do if you take too much?
So it blocks glycine receptors.
Wait, is caffeine? How does it compare to, like, I don't know, being on the yerb? How would you compare this to a Celsius?
And glycine is kind of what stops things.
Super
so
caffeine,
once a
you
nerve
say?
starts firing for us to move or do something, glycine stops that action. So if you block glycine, you're kind of turning off the off switch, so to speak. So you can't turn off. A little bit of that might make you better at running, say, a marathon. A lot of that would cause very violent, nonstop muscle contractions all over your body. If you've ever seen like classic paintings of people with tetanus in that arched position, it's the same kind of thing, like this awful arched position of your back that you would get stuck in, and then eventually you would stop breathing and die. It would be a horrible way to go.
Given everything you said, I was going to take like 10 pounds of strychnine, and after talking to you, I actually don't even think I'm going to take any strychnine.
What if you just
I think
take, like,
that's
a little
a better
bit?
plan.
Meanwhile, Fred Lors, who quit the
I
race
like
due to
that he brought in-
dehydration, is
he
about
brought in
10
a
miles into his car
professional.
ride home when the car breaks down. It's hot and the sun is beating down.
Yeah, but what if I ever try to do a 24-hour stream again? I need that strychnine. That could be one of the sub-goals.
And Lors sees no point in just standing around for hours waiting for help. Plus, he's starting to feel better. So he decides to get on his feet and start running again. At the 20-mile mark, Hicks is falling apart. His skin is described as ashen pale. He's given more strychnine and a couple more eggs. And now Lucas decides to give him brandy, too. In his book, Lucas calls brandy a stimulant, which it is definitely not. He's giving his runner rat poison and brandy
1,000 subs and Caroline takes a lethal dose of caffeine.
and raw eggs and sponging his mouth out with water and dumping water
It
on his
will
head,
help
but he
with the
won't actually
dancing.
let his marathon runner drink water. Charles J.P. Lucas is the worst coach in the history of the world.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how anybody survived back then. I'm gonna be so for real. It's like, okay, here's the pitch. How about you run a marathon? It's like, no, I don't think so. Okay, how about you run a marathon and in the middle of it, we poison you with rat poison and then you finish the marathon. You know what? Actually, now I'm in.
At this point, Hicks...
This explains why so many people that were alive in 1904 are dead now. Oh, God, it's so dark. And so true. You notice that people who were born, who were alive in 1904, that they're not here today?
is begging Lucas to let him lie down, and Lucas is like, nope, keep going. And then Fred Lords gallops past him, looking almost impossibly good for someone 20 miles into a marathon. Hicks sees him, and his morale is destroyed. It looks like he might quit at any second. Thankfully, they learn that Lords is actually out of the race, so Hicks puts his chin back up and he starts to jog again. Hicks is still in the lead with 1 mile to go.
Such
again
a
for
nightmare.
Lucas. His eyes were dull, lusterless. The ashen color of his face and skin had deepened. His arms appeared as weights well tied down.
Okay, so
he could
he's
scarcely
dying.
lift his legs, while his knees were almost stiff. In addition to 2 doses of strychnine, Hicks has now finished his entire canteen of brandy, so a friendly bystander gives him more brandy. He's losing it, even though he's only 1 mile from the finish line. Hicks keeps hallucinating that he's still 20 miles out. He won't stop asking for food, and he's still begging for water. The answer from his trainers is still no. It's a miracle he's even standing. At this point, Lucas and another caretaker, H.C. McGrath, are helping him around,
How is he still
half
alive?
carrying him. Hicks finally staggers down the last hill and into the stadium, just in time to see officials prepare to present the trophy to Fred Lords. See, a marathon is a particularly
movie-ass
weird thing to
music.
officiate and spectate prior to the advent of radio or TV or reliable cars. I mean, these people in
feel
the stadium saw a bunch of dudes run
I feel like that trainer was trying to kill him.
away, and then they sat around for
That
3.5
feels
hours,
like
and then they
attempted
saw
murder.
one of the dudes run back in. That dude was Fred Lords, and the crowd went nuts for him. He could have mentioned to somebody that he actually quit the race and rode half the course in a car, but he didn't. He just kind of let everyone think he won. When Hicks' team pitched a fit, Lords readily admitted, "No, yeah, I cheated. I was just messing with everybody." He just thought the whole thing was funny. Lords accepted his disqualification and a lifetime ban that was rescinded a few months later. And that enabled Olympic officials to rightly present the winner's trophy to an almost
It's
dead,
just
drunk,
jokes.
rat-poisoned man who probably had no idea what was going on. The second Hicks crossed the finish line, he literally fell into the arms of his
It's just
manager.
jokes.
He was too weak to accept the trophy. They loaded him into a car and took him straight to the hospital. Over the course of a 3-hour, 28-minute, 53-second marathon run, Thomas Hicks had lost 8 pounds. So, you know how there was only one source of water?
Oh
Do you
my
want to know
God.
why there was only one source of water? Okay, I'm going to read this off the screen. I want to make sure I get
That's
it
just
exactly
Gillian Murphy.
right. James Edward Sullivan was an Olympic official. He was later named the Secretary of the U.S. Olympic Committee, and today he's in the National Track and Field Hall of Fame. That's James Sullivan. I'm going to read you a slight paraphrase from a book titled The 1904 Anthropology Days and Olympic Games.
I guess that's one way to
To
lose
test
weight.
his more radical ideas, Sullivan and several personal trainers chose the marathon. The marathon thus serves as an excellent and infamous example of Sullivan's combination of flawed science and dubious comparisons. Sullivan provided only one official water stop to minimize fluid intake to test how far purposeful dehydration could be taken. He used the Olympic marathon as an experiment. He denied marathon runners water and subjected them to life-threatening
What a
conditions
sick
because he wanted to
fuck.
see what would happen.
What do you mean what would happen? What do you mean you need to do an entire experiment to see what will happen when people run 26 fucking miles with no water and 100-degree heat, and there's like wild dogs and they're drinking brandy and huffing wood particles and yeah, I think you could come to the conclusion on that without having to do it. This is a Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast got his next game show challenge. Yeah, nobody show Mr. Beast this video.
Fucking pissed off. They were lab rats in his big, cruel experiment. They didn't even know it.
It is so
What an asshole.
evil and also stupid.
What a stupid asshole. Thomas Hicks gave every scrap of effort his body could muster in the service of the
My
world's
God.
stupidest sporting event.
Oh.
It didn't deserve his sacrifice, or Carvajal's, or Garcia's, or anyone else's. This was only the third modern Olympics, long before the Olympiad became the behemoth it is today.
They're like, what
The
if we
prize they gave
did? What if
everything
we did a marathon and tried to see how we can kill people?
for was to have your name printed in small type in a table on a page of a dusty old book that sits closed in the dark and perhaps opened out of curiosity long after you're gone. All these people are gone. Everyone who saw them is gone. The wretched earth they ran on is gone. It's all
This
asphalt.
World's Fair was explicitly
I grew up in
celebratory of
suburbs
American
like this one,
eugenics. Yeah.
in Kansas, Georgia, Kentucky. Places so ordinary that ghosts don't even live there. Streets so normal, so full of TJ Maxx's and Starbucks that they play this trick on you, like nothing of any real importance could ever have happened there. That's a running shoe store. Missouri Running Company, Google tells me. You can't make that up.
Oh my God.
Right there on the marathon route. Lynn Tagnane and John Masciani and Felix Carbajal really could have used this back then. I wonder if these people have any idea.
Wow. Yeah, hey, do you have any idea what kind of crazy shit happened right outside your store? Pretty good. Pretty good. Wow. That was amazing. Wow. Man, a 20-minute video, perfectly done. Perfectly done. This video is amazing. It's on if a Victorian child would survive a Four Loko. I think you'd like it. That's so funny. Also, I would like this.
This
also,
video is brought to you.
Oh, wait, this is Mina Lee's video. Wait, did we not watch this before? Would a Victoria? Why have we talked about this before? I swear we've talked about this. That's okay, I just have to say, here's what I have to say. You know how we do the whole, oh, this would kill a Victorian child. Oh, a Victorian child would never survive this. Oh, they'd be dead in 2 seconds. The thing is that I wouldn't survive Victorian child era. I would be one of those like died the second they were born, you know? Just the air alone would kill me. I was with some friends the other night and we were inside. This was when we were at Big Bear. We were inside this cabin. It wasn't even that cold out. And I was so cold. And I was on the couch and they just kept piling blankets on me. And I just simply could not warm up. And Will started a fire in the fireplace to try and warm me up. And I was like, you guys, I would have died before the Oregon Trail even started. It wouldn't even be a died on the Oregon Trail from whatever, XYZ. I would have died and everyone would have been like, oh my God, we haven't even gotten onto the trail. This is pre-trail death. And I would have died of everything. Like literally every single thing I would have gotten. They wouldn't have known what I died from because I would have died from it all. So in defense of Victorian children, a lot of whom did die very young, when we say like, oh, a stiff wind would kill a Victorian child, I would have in that era immediately died of everything. Even a banana peel, especially a banana peel. People were putting mercury on their face for makeup and shit. Yeah, they were doing crazy stuff. I think I recommended the vid before we didn't get to it because it was end of stream. Okay, I feel so bad, but it's also the end of stream. But I do want to watch this. Okay, this is something that I need to do more. We need to do fun reacts more. I know you've been rebuffed again. I think that's why now it is coming back to me that we talked about it. You brought this up after we had done some fun reacts. I was like, oh my God, this absolutely looks like something I need to do. I probably said the same thing that I would have totally died if I were a child in Victorian era, and I would have immediately died. And then I'm like, let's watch this next time. No, I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this into, I'm going to make a new playlist actually. We're going to do fun reacts post going crazy. Fun reacts post going crazy. Okay. There we go. Put that in there. Fun reacts are so back. They're so back. So yeah, I think kind of, not the 300 video for stream playlist. Yeah. How many videos does this am I up to now? 413 in my stream vids. 413 videos in my one stream vids playlist. Watch you for your commentary, but need people to close out streams. A little bit of fun these days. I mean, that's kind of my whole thing. I don't like to end stream on a sour note. So lately I've been doing commentary into gaming. I've done a lot of gaming. We are going to have more gaming, but I also want to throw in fun reacts, you know. I think I always kind of tell myself, oh, I'll just have set days. Oh, the weekend. That's perfect. But then there's always other stuff happening, always things that I want to talk about, you know? So maybe it just makes more sense to like, hey, I think we've had enough talking about pedophiles and sex trafficking rings. Let's talk about people slipping on banana peels. React frogs we're so back. I know, we're so back. It is a very good way to decompress. Since you're watching the Super Bowl, somebody knows the winner. Unfortunately, Fen the pig from Alveus has picked the Patriots, and I can't allow that. Did I say Fen the pig? That's so crazy. Oh my God. Wait, why did I think this was a pig? That is not a pig. That is not a pig. I kind of like this whole, though, just calling animals by animals that they are not. Like you just wait, hold on, isn't that a character on a show or like some sketch or something? They call, what is that? Is that a chicken? What am I thinking of? There's like a character or somebody who always wait, that's what XQ. No, I'm thinking of the video of XQC when he's identifying animals and is calling them all wrong. A character on a show. This is going rough. Oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly. I was like, isn't there like a sketch? Isn't there like a silly character on a silly show where they do that? Isn't that something? Oh boy. Oh baby. Okay, maybe that's the sign for me to to get off. I think we're good. Were you crossing wires with that in Abbott Elementary when she mixes up names of white and black celebrities? Nope. I was 1000% thinking of the video that you guys showed me one time of XQC not naming. Stupid idiot. I'm like, what a dumbass. And I'm over here like, Fend the pig. Wow. Oh my God. All right. Well, thank you for Sky for submitting those videos for linking those. See, here's the thing. I Fun Reacts is something that I can always rely on y'all for, because y'all know, this internet better than I. You have been all over the YouTube, all over what the best funny videos, just call us terminally online. You just know these treasures. You know these treasures in ways that I do not, but I am learning all the time. All the time. So all over the YouTube. You guys are just all over the YouTube. And it's great because when I say let's do something fun, let's react to something silly, you got a bunch of them in the tank ready to go. It's what a nice way to call us permanently online. I mean, nowadays I feel like I'm freaking permanently online, but it's not fun. I would rather be permanently online and having a good time. I am not having a good time. I'm not permanently, chronically online in a way that's fun. Oh my God, wait, before I leave, this was freaking killing me that the New York Post reported on the video that I did with Taylor Lorenz, China Maxing. It's a video we did recently for her YouTube channel. And the New York Post was talking about China Maxing, and they didn't mean to, but thanks for the promotion. They were certainly not throwing their support to this video. They were certainly not being like, this is a great video everyone should check out. But of course, I go read the New York Post piece, and this motherfucker, in a recent podcast episode about China Maxing, independent journalist Taylor Lorenz, who covers internet culture, said that Hassan Piker, because they had referenced him in the previous paragraph, told her that he's the most Chinese and the real white Chinese. Don't even mention me by name in this piece, but they sure do mention Hassan Piker and make sure to put that he is, quote, the most Chinese, the real white Chinese. If it was not already so over for the New York Post, it is now. It is now. There's no way. Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you're only white. Yes, that's true. I do need to remind people of that. I need to remind people of that. Who are always trying to be like, she's racist against white people. I am white people. I am white people. I'm not even mentioned by name in this video of China Maxing because they know how white I am. He can't keep getting away with it, and yet he does. I'm going to end this man's whole career. You know, he's been looking in the wrong direction. He's been looking at the Destinies and the Ethan Kleins and blah, 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 blah. He has no idea. I'm going to end this man's whole career, this white Chinese man's entire career. This time he's 1000% done. This time it's over for real. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Wait, we lost Caroline. Oh no. Am I dead? That would make so much sense. Like 6767. Oh no. Oh no. Who linked this to her? Who linked this to her?
Wow.
Al-Qaeda bomb plot.
No, dude, we're losing Caroline to the brain rot. No. Stop. She was like the normie that turned rotten, bro. What happened? Oh my God.
Oh no.
Question marks?
Oh no.
Like 6'7", 6'7".
Skibbity.
Wow.
Al-Qaeda bomb plot.
No, dude, we're losing Caroline to the
Of course Ashley linked this. I'm not surprised.
brain rot. No. Stop.
Oh God. What has happened to me? What has happened to me? She also saw this one. Oh no.
Caroline tries to heat her kitchen.
The way she reads these clip titles.
Oh man. I'm like, something is definitely gonna burn here, but if it's the bacon, it's
Oh my God, I'm watching a clip from, this is like 2 months ago. I'm so locked in. I'm such a freaking empath. It's like it's happening to me.
The way she screamed even louder than I did.
Oh my God. This is crazy. This is why I can't. Oh my God.
it's definitely gonna burn here, but if it's the bacon, it's
Oh my God, I'm watching a clip.
Oh my God. She screamed even louder than I did. Holy shit, that's so funny. Someone said on TV, at least you know it's scripted. Oh yeah, there ain't no script in here. There ain't no script in here. She's been dead for 2 months. If I found out I was dead, you know what? Like I said, it would make sense. Everything would become clearer. I would be like, yeah, that tracks. The concept of finding out that you're dead. I slipped on a banana. That banana peel that I slipped on, I actually died. Yeah, I died from slipping on that banana peel. I've been dead this whole time. It makes sense. Yep. If I found out I was dead is so funny. And if I found out I was dead because of banana peel. Okay, I gotta get out of here. I'm heading out. We will pick things up tomorrow. I promise you I'll be back. So tomorrow, Thursday, I'll be live at night. Friday, I'll be live at night. Saturday, we're going to do dinner and a movie. I think I might try to make something for the Super Bowl. We will see. She's so sporty. And then Sunday, I won't be live. So I switched things with the schedule because I forgot. I forgot that I have to watch Benito this weekend. Sunday is for Bad Bunny. Appreciate you. Thanks, Left. I appreciate you guys so much. We are in this together. So I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Where's my DTMF? Here we go. Whoa, anonymous. Nope, that's not what okay. There we go. Since we were talking about Benito. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifters. Good night, everybody. I'm sending you to Sandwich.
Otros once bonitas que veo en San Juan, disfrutando de todas esas cosas que extrañan los que se van, disfrutando.